Doing tonight? Welcome into another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs, Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, my beautiful people. How y'all doing tonight? I'm sorry I ran a few minutes late. Things got a little hectic over here, so I didn't get a chance to get on right on time as I had hoped. But I hope all y'all had a great day. Happy Thursday to y'all beautiful people. How y'all doing tonight? What's going on with y'all? Y'all been staying busy. Maybe some of y'all been doing some shopping with Mother's Day this weekend. Hi, Saul. How you doing, baby? What you up to? Just hanging out. Let's see. See what some of these messages that Spirit wants to share tonight. Alright. What we got going on here? Spirit. Not much, you're just here. I'm glad you're here, baby. Alright, let's see. Yeah, well, California is hot. Thankfully, it hasn't gotten that hot here in Georgia yet, but it will. Especially once the end of the month comes around, that humidity kicks up and it gets scorching hot and I can't stand it. Alright. So hopefully you're able to stay cool out there. At least you're closer to the beach than I am. Alright, Spirit. We go first. I feel like some of y'all have been doing some spring cleaning. Trying to find ways to declutter your life. Declutter the house. I get declutter on the bottom. I even feel like some of y'all are out there searching for your peace and your harmony. And I'm picking up on someone who's watching me right now that I feel like maybe you've been like cleaning out. I don't want to call you a hoarder, but a pack rat maybe would be the better word. Yeah, the humidity's bad here, baby. I can't stand it. Georgia gets all 4 seasons, but the summer I can't stand. What else, Spirit? Soulmate. Dang, this card came out last night, too. Y'all still connecting with someone? Of course, soulmate doesn't have to be romantic. This can be a friendship. This can be a family member. Place of how it fits. I feel like for some of y'all, this is more like just a friend. But if it's like a soul connection, though, and it's something you're willing to explore, and if it's especially someone that, you know, you would look at dating romantically, I feel like you will have a leap of faith and take a chance on pursuing this relationship with this person, if you haven't already. I feel like you will be having that chat with them soon. Hey, Bob. How you doing, baby? What else, Spirit? Uh-oh. Some of y'all are getting caught up in y'all's heads, though. I get deception, but it says false illusions, scarcity mentality, falling into bad habits. I feel like some of y'all are in denial of something. I just heard false hope. So is there something that you're looking at that you're thinking is going to turn out good, but in actuality it doesn't look that good, but you don't want to hear it or you don't want to see it for what it is? So that's deceiving yourselves, unwilling to see it, the truth in the matter. Oh, Spirit. Next one is communication. Receive and express the truth. And I even have resolving issues at the bottom. Solving inner conflict with others. Healing past trauma. So maybe some of y'all are, having a conflict with someone. And now you're trying to reach out, communicate to try and resolve whatever these problems or issues y'all are having with someone. And that's good. That speaks of one's maturity at least. One more and then I'm putting this up. And I'm going to get into these spiritual symbols because I didn't mess with that one last night. What else, Spirit? Ooh, passions. Don't be afraid to fail. Follow what makes your heart happy. Passions can be something creativity you're working on, a project, a house project, even something you're passionate about, maybe in your own job. This can even just be passion about life, passion about your own family, friends. And yeah, even if you're looking at, if you're in a romantic relationship of some kind, yeah, there's a lot of passion that I feel has been ignited there too. Especially for someone out there. Someone out there has been trying to get with, Spirit told me, with their coworker. Possibly your boss, maybe. Y'all trying to fraternize with y'all's, co-workers. Oh, Bob, she's still about the same. There hasn't been any more changes yet, baby. Just have to give it more time. I saw her the other day. So I spent some time with her. And spent some time with her kid. Because I know her son's really upset. What the heck? Oh, Amanda. So thank you for asking. Alright, spiritual symbols. Hi, Easy. Hello, Rob. Absolutely, Bob, I agree. She's still here. That's all that matters right now. Her kids just aren't taking it well, which I understand. They're too young to really understand. But she's still here. That's all that matters. Hi, Jiminy Crickets. How you doing, buddy? Alright, spiritual symbols. Let's see. Spirit. Let's do spiritual symbols. Epicure. Adventurous, insatiable, appetite. Open, upbeat, optimistic, open to possibilities, playful options, excellent communicator. Yeah, some of y'all trying to communicate all right. But I can't say that, Spirit. Yeah, some of y'all have an insatiable appetite, all right. But it's like that appetite is like y'all are craving someone. And no, I don't mean that in a sexual way. Y'all are just craving a connection you have with someone. I mean, sure, I guess I can go down that road, but we're going to keep this classy. So, I feel like y'all are trying to communicate because y'all like are really craving this connection you have or you're trying to make with someone. Trying to get someone's attention even. Like at work. Thank you, Junie Cricket. Hello, Hawassa. How you doing, baby? Some of y'all just nasty. And I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't want to hear what y'all got going on. I don't even want those images. Alright, Spirit, what else? Next one is balloon. Full of empty promises, lost, superficial, easily persuaded, vulnerable, detachment, fragile. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all, this is more like superficial. I mean, for whatever reason, it seems to be playing with this. Like, I feel like for some of y'all, this is like a superficial type of like attraction for someone. It's not, it's only surface level. So you could call it lust. That's the best way I'm going to put that. I'm going to leave that alone. Feels like me that happened today. That happened to you today, Rob? Really? I'm sorry, baby. You know. Leave that superficial love alone. It does nothing but cause problems. Hi, Lady Freedom. Oh, Hiawatha. That's beautiful, baby. That's awesome. Happy to hear it. Well, I hope it works out, baby. I mean, everyone deserves to find love and be happy. I want that for everybody. What else, Spirit? Next one is slide. Skimming over the surface, loss of direction, losing balance and control around you, childish people acting cold around you, individual issues. Yeah, this still feels like it goes with these last two cards. I'm still picking up on like that energy. Like this is superficial. It's more of a lust than it is like, not saying that the person you're lusting after doesn't have any good traits, but I'm not picking up like there's like a deeper connection there. At least you haven't picked it up yet. I mean, this could be brand new. So, whatever this is, you know, I get the feeling that the, let's see how I put this, the passion is very intense. That's definitely you, Rob. Uh-oh. Hey, keep yourself out of trouble, baby. No, you know what I mean. Y'all know what that causes. Hi, General. Alright, Spirit, what else? Oh, come on, talk to me, Spirit. Thank you. Focus on now. Practice mindfulness to be present in the moment and gain insight. I mean, all in all, I mean, you know, we're all here laughing right now, but, you know, be in the moment too. You know, try not to focus on tomorrow, next week, next month. Just be in the here and now. Because like the saying goes, tomorrow isn't promised. So enjoy the moment. Enjoy the, you know, fresh air while you have it. Because it may not be here tomorrow for, you know, you or any of us for that matter. Hi, Moon Fox Night. The only connection you have is the internet. Yeah, well, Jiminy Crickets, I don't know what to tell you, baby. Hi, John. How you doing, baby? What else, Spirit? I mean, that's my only connection unless I go out to the bowling alley or to the pool hall, which, it's funny, I did get hit on at the bowling alley the other day. That was very interesting. Okay, next one is ring. Conflicts within a relationship. Listen to others. Need clarity. Material wealth over relationships. And you know, it's crazy that this card came out because if y'all could see what's on my desk right now with the tarot spread I pulled for y'all right now, this kind of goes with it. It's like a combination of both relationships and being focused on your material wealth and learning to find the balance between both. So, seems like y'all are both focused on y'all's money and love right now. How did what go, John? Well, at least part of the day was beautiful, Moonfox night. I think it was nice here too. I don't think it rained. I didn't get to see much of the weather though. Hi, Moonchild. I'm good, sweetheart. How you doing? Well, Hawatha, at least you're able to talk to them on video chat. I like talking on video chat with my friends. So, all the bowling was fun. My highest game was a 213. If you're talking about me getting hit on, I mean, he was good looking. I won't say he wasn't. He was good looking. I think he said he was 37. But no, you gotta be serious. If you want to approach me, you better be serious. I'm not for the foolish nonsense games. Hello, Tony. Hi, Mando. How you doing, baby? Where you been hiding? Hi, Robert. I just don't want the foolish nonsense. Like, you know, I'm not even into... It's not that I won't casually date, but I mean, when I think of casual date, I think, okay, you got your options open. You're not looking to be exclusive with someone and just date one person. You want the whole door open to you. No, no, no. I don't work that way. So... Thank you, baby. Did he strike out? Yeah, you can say he struck out. I mean, I don't know. He reminded me of a player, and I just didn't like that energy. Of course, my deck went all over the table. So, I just, you know, I don't know. I'm a deep person, and if I'm interested in somebody, I put my heart into it. I'm not just there for the surface level type bonding, you know. And it's hard to do that unless someone else is looking for something serious and is deep like that, like me. But I don't know. Something tells me, because he asked if I come up to the bowling alley a lot. I said no, I used to, but I haven't. So, and it just so happens that the manager who managed the bowling alley back when I bowled league there in tournaments, he's still around. And they got a pool table in the bar because he had been asking me. um, how come I don't come up there more? I said, well, you get me a pool table. Okay, I'll spend more time up here. You know, at least I'll be able to bowl and shoot pool. Only got to go to one place instead of having to go to 2 separate places. Well, would you know, they got a pool table in there now. I'm like, oh, hell. So, and he came to me, he's like, I got your pool table in there, but you haven't been here. Sorry. I need to get a good man with a lot of financial assets. There you go, Shelby. Yeah, I definitely need that. uh, so, I reckon I'll be up there. Maybe I'll pull out my pool cue this weekend and try out that pool table. Because now I feel bad. Because the manager was on me for months. When you going to start hanging out here more? Give me a pool table and I will. Well, he did finally get me a pool table. Oh, Santos, baby. I don't know how old you think I am, baby, but that's a compliment because I'm almost twice your age, baby. So we'll see. Oh, darn it. Okay, let me pull one more, beautiful people. Okay, so we'll see. And that guy, I feel like he hangs out there. So I saw him carrying a bowling ball bag, so he obviously bowls regularly. So maybe I'll run into him again. I don't know. He's gonna have to come with something better than that. That's all I know. Alright, Spirit. One more. Remote control. Rebirth. Taking the wheel. Selective, able to control and manipulate outcomes. Multiple choices and options. Stimulation. Oh, Lord. Here you go, Bob. This sounds like your card, baby. It even has stimulation on it. I'm sorry, Bob. Hi, Eternal. Various, no, I didn't pay my car. My car's still at the shop. They haven't touched it. I told you it costs $2,000 to fix my car. So you got $2,000 that I can pay them to fix my car? I couldn't help that one, Bob. You know me, baby. Well, you never know, Hiawatha. He might, baby. Various, no. Nobody gets a free reading. Why do you think you're special to get a free reading? And you keep coming in here and asking for the same bloody thing. Okay, and I got horseshoe at the bottom. Good luck, protection, success. Future is up to you. Caring spouse. Ooh, unique opportunities. So here's the horseshoe. Some of y'all got some good luck coming y'all's way. And it's funny because I'm looking at this ring card right now, too. Oh, boy. Oh, I don't like people who have a sense of entitlement. It really gets on my nerves. Maybe Jiminy Crickets. I'm gonna have to get going and doing some drills first though, baby, before I can go back in there and start playing for money like that again. But we'll see. I just don't like driving that far because it's an hour to get out there, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Hi, King Hazy. How you doing, baby? Oh, yeah, well, if I go in there wearing my shorts, well, I got to, because that's the only way I can bowl, because I sweat when I bowl, so. Hi, Jody. I'm Gravy, baby. How you doing, honey? All right. You're doing fine. Well, I'm glad you're doing fine, baby. Did you have fun the other night? Did you have some shots for me? I'm Gravy, King Hazy. Thank you for asking. I went bowling the other day. So, and I got hit on too, which was interesting. I mean, I can't, I give the guy credit for trying. Because most guys won't do it in person because of the fear of rejection. Oh, that's good to hear, Eternal. Well, Bob, but hi, Richard. How you doing, baby? There's nothing I can do about it. I sweat. When I tell y'all, I'm a power bowler. I mean, like, I remember one of the guys used to tell me he'd have to put some anchors on the bottom of my bowling shoes because, I mean, I launched that bowling ball down that lane. So he described me like a slingshot. And I sweat. It gets hot in there, especially when you get a lot of people in there in one area. So I always have to take like 2 or 3 towels in there with me because I'm constantly wiping off my face because I'm sweating. And even with me wearing shorts and like a short sleeve shirt, I'm still sweating my butt off. So I get hot. So when I bowl especially, pool's different, I don't. But bowling I do. Same here, Hiawatha. It's good to see you, baby. Have a good night, sweetheart. See you next time. Show them what I got. Yeah, I mean, it's like I used to get them down there. Like, there's been times when I've been up there practicing, and it does kind of creep me out. Because, like, I'll be down there and I'm just practicing. I'm just trying to focus on my game, you know, staying in form. Or like back when I was bowling league, and a couple of times I had to do makeups because I couldn't make it one night for whatever reason. So I'd have to go on there a different night and, bowl right before league night. And I'd be there by myself bowling. And, I'd see guys walking by and they would see me on the lane. And then next thing I know, the next time I'm up, throwing the ball, and I turn around and I see them right behind me watching and just kind of gawking at me. And it's like, and I don't like that. I don't know. It's just, sometimes I don't mind it, but there's other times I do. Oh, Lord. So, but when I'm up there bowling, some of them genuinely, though, take interest in me bowling. Because I used to get people that would come in there and they would try and recruit me to join their team to bowl league. And so that I understand. And a lot of them would watch me and then they would approach me, ask me if I'd come bowl league with them. They were looking for someone, but that's not what was going on the other night when I was there. Yeah, Shelby, it is. And they do. It's, you know, and y'all seen the shorts I wear. So, like the shorts y'all see me wear on here, it's those same shorts I go to the bowling alley in. And it just, and yes, I naturally wear my high heels because I'm dressed nice. I wear a nice blouse. So, yeah, I mean, I get why they look, but I don't know. There's just a certain way, it's one thing if you just glance at me, but it's completely different when you sit there and stare at me and gawk at me like I'm a piece of meat. That's what I don't like. It's just rude. Hi, Juanita. Oh no, sweetheart. I hate to hear that, honey. I know the energy's been all over the place. Welcome back, Eternal. Hi, Andrea. Make them laugh, offer a drink. Is that what it is, Jiminy Crickets? They should be buying me a drink. Oh no, Juanita. I hate hearing that, sweetheart. Hey, Bob, why'd you time out Juanita? You must have did that by accident, baby. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, sweetheart? Yeah, Jiminy Crickets, you would think that's the least they can do, is offer me a drink. Exactly. Oh, no, baby, I don't think she's spamming. You leaving, Rob? We'll have a good night, honey. See you later. You miss me, Bonnie? Oh, I miss you too, sweetheart. Okay, beautiful people, let me get into this reading for y'all. Again, like I said, y'all got money and love on the brain because they both seem to tie into each other. And it's going to be different for each of y'all, but place it how it fits. Hello, Harley. So I'm going to start off with the messages from Spirit. I just pulled it from a different deck, y'all. So for one of my Oracle decks, the first one is give your inner critic a vacation day. Be kind to yourself. And this is a message we all need to follow because we can always, um, be down on ourselves. And we're supposed to be more loving and nurturing to ourselves. That way, when we're loving to ourselves, it radiates that light outward and that love outward into the world, which attracts people towards us, especially the right people. So try not to be so hard on yourself, y'all. Spirit wants y'all to give yourself some extra love and attention. The next one is remember that you can't change anyone but yourself. This is also true. You always hear me say that. You can't control what other people do. The only person you can control is yourself. So try not to focus on what others are doing. Just focus on what you're doing and what is within your control. And, leave the rest of it alone. Because stressing over it, worrying about it's not going to change it. It's just going to drive you crazy. give you gray hair and wrinkles. And y'all don't want that, so just don't do that, beautiful people. Love people and allow them to be free. The next one is never forget how resilient you are. You always bounce back. And this is true too, beautiful people. It's like when y'all go through and, down, talk bad about yourself. Like, maybe you did something wrong. You made a mistake. Okay. You know, you kick yourself in the butt, but you keep going, right? But I know some of us have a habit of, we can harp on that. And we keep replaying that over and over in our heads. And then we keep, kicking ourselves in the butt over and over again. You got to stop doing that. Just as long as you take accountability for yourself and try and change it. Or if, you did something wrong or said something wrong to someone else, hold yourself accountable, apologize to that person and move on. And then by your actions, make sure you change your actions, you change your behavior to show that person you're genuinely sorry, instead of kicking yourself in the butt. So be loving to yourself. We can always, get down on ourselves, how we go through, and knowing when we fall, you know, how do we get back up? We have to talk ourselves back up, right? So you got to be resilient in that way and not, like I said, keep telling yourself you're not good enough or you can't do something or, you keep making the same mistake. Life gets challenging, but you get back up. And the last one is guilt is a normal feeling. Just breathe in and let it go. And we all have something to feel guilty about. Again, that kind of goes with the regret of, being our own worst critic, and even, plays into how we may sometimes hold ourselves back to where we may not feel like we're as resilient. We don't give ourselves enough credit for the things we do right. We tend to focus on the things we do wrong. So just take a deep breath, let it go. Everything will get better. Just look to the positive, right? Okay, so um like I said, this goes into love, but for some of y'all, this is y'all's career and finance too. And it can, for some, at least one of y'all, it kind of goes into both. So y'all take it how it fits. Because as y'all know, this is a general collective reading. This is for everyone who's here now and anyone who comes in the future. It's a timeless reading, so take what resonates and leave behind the rest. So I started off with, I did pull a few cards from my Angel Romance deck, so I just did a quick past, present, and future. So, recent past, I got, it is safe for you to love. Open your heart to give and receive the highest, or the highest energy of all, sorry. Know that you are ready for love. And I know some of y'all are seeking it right now. And y'all who are ready for love, maybe you don't feel like you're deserving of love. The Spirit's showing me that you are. And, no matter whether I pulled this card or not, I would tell every single one of y'all you're deserving of love. You're deserving of love from family, friends, and yes, a significant other too. So this is y'all's present energy where I feel like many of y'all are starting to recognize you deserve to be happy. You deserve to have someone there that you could spend your life with, or who's going to be there by your side and in your corner. So if you're along the search for love, I feel like someone's going to be coming in soon if they haven't already. Because in the future, I get the engagement card. And it says your love life is ascending to a higher level of commitment. So for some of y'all, if y'all already in a, serious connection, maybe y'all looking at, getting engaged. Or at least maybe y'all looking at taking y'all's relationship to the next step, to like maybe, moving in, or at least putting a title over your relationship to where y'all are truly exclusive now. But for others, I feel like this can lead into, where you might just be starting to talk to someone, and I feel like it can go down that road of becoming more serious. It doesn't mean it's going to happen right now or right around the corner, but it can down the road. So if you're wondering if this, you know, connection that you have has that potential, Spirit showing me yes, it does. Okay. Hi, Corey. How you doing, beautiful soul? So, again, beautiful people, this is a general collective reading. So, take what resonates, leave behind the rest. So, in the recent past, y'all been in this Two of Pentacles energy, where I feel like y'all been trying to find balance. There's been like a balance of balancing work with personal life, and that balance could be between professional and like trying to make your home life stable. Like, say if you have kids, you know, and maybe some of you already do have a significant other at home. There's, you know, just the whole balancing of trying to do both and trying to prioritize it. But I feel like something kind of did get off balance where you had to make a decision. Um, on putting more time into one area of your life over the other. Like maybe you've been working extra hours, and so maybe your home life has taken, you know, a hit. So now you're like reassessing that and trying to put more time into your home life now. And, you know, not, you know, putting in extra hours, like putting in overtime. You kind of like cut back on that. Um, but for someone out there, this is about you trying to play with two hearts right now. I don't know who this is, but Spirit's telling me like you got two different people you're talking to. Yeah, you better be careful playing with people's hearts, whoever you are, because you might be the one that ends up losing. Just so y'all, you know, and don't shoot the messenger. Hi, Cheryl. How you doing, honey? You're out. Well, you leaving, Jiminy Crickets? Hi, Nancy. So in the present energy, this is the Ten of Pentacles. And again, this applies to more of like your stability, your security, your home life. Like, you know, you're really trying to make things more stable. You're trying to lay down your roots. This can be at home, but for some of y'all, this is also at, you know, your professional life. Like, I feel like some of y'all have finally found either that job, that niche, or even that company that you're willing to like invest and say, yes, this is a company I want to work for the rest of my life. You can't see yourself leaving. So you're trying to lay down those roots and strengthen them. And Spirit showing me that even if it's kind of been wearing you down because of being in this recent Two of Pentacles energy, you know, it's taken some, you know, extra strength to kind of try and find the balance of this, to make sure you're giving both to, you know, your home life again, and to also your professional life and to your relationships. It's just a matter of things might still be a little stressful right now, I feel, for some of y'all. I feel like there's still been some tension, possibly, you know, at work, but I feel like this is more of home life. Maybe there's been more conflicts that have taken place recently, and you're in the middle of trying to work these things out. And for someone, you know, for someone out there, this involves your children. So there's been conflicts with your kids going on lately. And so I know you're over there trying to kind of like nurture those relationships, and maybe, you know, your professional life is like kind of taking a back seat right now. But place it how it fits, y'all. But for someone out there, y'all are trying to date either your boss, or you're the boss and you've seen someone that reports to you. What the heck? Oh, jeez. So, um, be careful, y'all. Be careful trying to get involved with your boss or someone who reports to you, because that can create HR problems. Darn it. Hold on. Hi, Lone Wolf. Okay. I don't know what the heck happened. Hello, Julio. Hi, Lynn. How you doing, beautiful? And hi to everyone else who came in. I'll have to handle it later. Messy business. Yeah, no kidding, Shelby. I wouldn't be getting involved. No, no, no. But y'all are definitely hard at work. I feel like some of y'all are working on either taking a class or you're like taking up like some type of mentorship to improve your skills. Like you're trying to work on mastering your skills because you're hard at work right here with the Eight of Pentacles in the center. But even for some of y'all, this is you trying to also invest more time in your relationships. Like you're trying to learn how to, be able to communicate better with your loved ones, for an example. Or trying to I just heard counseling for at least one of y'all out there, like y'all are going to counseling, learning how to better be able to resolve conflicts quicker so it doesn't blow out of proportion. And that could even involve your professional life. Like, if you're like a manager or in a supervisor role, you got to learn how to be able to deal with different personalities so, all your employees get along better, right? So there's something here you are trying to master. Um, and like I said, for one of y'all out there, this involves wanting to date either someone who reports to you or you're looking at wanting to date someone who um, is possibly your boss. Because I get the Knight of Cups right here. This is why I say this. So, like, y'all are in this energy of, like, wanting and seeing, someone in a romantic way. And I'm not saying that this person may not have their eye on you too. I feel like there is an interest here. But like I said, be careful. Be careful. Because there might even be competition here because I get a second energy here. King of Wands. So there's going to be someone different. You're going to have this, romantic person right here who's going to want to like wine and dine you. They may be the type that likes to, um, take you, let's say have, now that the weather's getting warmer, like a picnic in the park, laying under the stars, wanting to dance in the living room to romantic music, that kind of energy. But then you have this energy over here who's more ambitious, who's more logic. They're not so much into their emotions in that way. They're more targeted on trying to build their foundation. They're trying to look at their long-term material wealth. They're very ambitious, goal-oriented. They're looking at the long term, so they use more of their logic. So there's two different energies here. So just be careful, y'all. Don't go getting into trouble. Hi, Maurice. How you doing, baby? But here, I see y'all, and y'all know, don't pay attention to the gender, including here, y'all, okay? So y'all can be a woman here, okay? It's just y'all are showing me y'all's masculine energy. But in the challenges, you're appearing as the Queen of Wands. And here I got a King of Wands. So here's like a possible couple here too. And this is the obstacle for y'all. This is y'all getting like lost in y'all's ego. Allowing your ego to run away with you. Like I feel like for some of y'all aren't feeling like y'all are being appreciated enough in your professional life. Even for some of y'all, this could be your personal life, but y'all looking for that recognition from someone and you feel like you're not getting it. You're not being noticed for your hard work or the things you do. And so that's getting the best of you here. And it's also with conflict with you also being trying to find your own stability too, because you're also here with this Queen of Pentacles. So it's a combination of your ego and also your financial and material wealth, your stability. And I feel like things can get out of hand right here with this Queen of Wands. If you go through and focus too much on like looking to your manager right now, expecting a raise or trying to find out why isn't that they haven't, um, offered you a promotion, because you feel like you're deserving, you've already put in the time and effort to be accepted or be promoted, but you're not getting it and you're wondering why. That can cause things to go sideways, y'all, if you're focusing too much in this energy. So here it is, like another balance. Try not to allow your head to get the best of you. Try not to allow your ego, your ambitions to get the best of you when you're also trying to still find this security here. So it's a matter of trying to balance both to where you can still have both. Just try and taper it down instead of trying to be all in one side or one on the other. You're both of these energies. And this is a powerful combination to be both, because you're both ambitious. You believe in yourself. You believe in what you do, the work you provide for your company, for your employer. But maybe some of y'all feeling like y'all getting left out. Y'all aren't getting, recognized, getting paid what you're worth. And that can create tension to where you don't feel like you're being appreciated, you're being taken for granted, at work. So you start looking elsewhere. And I'm not going to tell y'all not to go look elsewhere for another job. If you're not happy, please go out there and look. If you could think you could find something better, I'm not going to tell y'all not to. But just be careful that you don't allow your head, your ego, to override this because you want this so badly. And then you go to a new company and it doesn't turn out exactly how you had hoped. And you were better off if you stayed at, your former employer where you feel like you weren't getting recognized, but maybe you're still getting, paid enough. And that's why you've stayed so long. So be careful. Balance both of these out because it could turn on its head this way, is what I'm getting. And in the possible future outcome, y'all, this is what I mean about not allowing both of these to get the best of you. Because here you are in the Eight of Swords energy. And this is all about all those all those doubts replaying over and over in your head. Talking bad about yourself, not thinking you're good enough, feeling like you're trapped. And you're only as trapped as you allow yourself to be in your mind. And you're not trapped. You just have to be willing to unbind yourself to your thoughts and believe in yourself. Because Spirit's showing me, there's a reason to hope again. It's just a matter of you having to have faith in yourself. Believe in yourself. Be the full card. Have that confidence. Trust in your abilities. Trust in your skills. Trust in who you are as a person. And trust that you will be recognized for who you are in time. You just got to trust your intuition too. Don't ignore your intuition because here you are in the High Priestess energy. And things are going to be brought to you. Like, I feel like some of y'all are going to be getting, psychic hits, downloads where you're going to be directed in one way or another. Where you're, if you're debating whether to stay somewhere or to leave, or maybe, stay in a relationship or walk away, I feel like Spirit's going to start showing that to you if you just open up and pay attention. But there is an opportunity for love here. Like I told y'all, there's these two energies here from, possibly work. And I feel like your heart's going to finally tell you to, who's the better one for you. I feel like there might even be a third person that comes in to offer you a cup of love. But for some of y'all, this is not about love. This is about trusting your own creativity. Like, I feel like a project will be presented to you. A new opportunity is going to be offered to you. That's going to help you decide which road you go down with this High Priestess energy. Okay? And so for the advice, beautiful people, here you are. Queen of Cups energy. You're this loving, powerful, nurturing person wanting to give your all to something, whether that's to, your professional life, to your company, or to your family, to your significant other, your kids, all of that. And you are being recognized as this beautiful person with this big, huge heart. You have a lot to offer someone, and you have a lot to offer the people, you are closely connected with, and to your employer. Like, I feel like for some of y'all, you are being recognized for who you are and what you have to offer. You just may not be noticing it, or you might be taking it a different way. The Spirit's showing me that you're going to get some clarity, new direction with this Ace of Swords, where it's going to tell you how to kind of balance this energy out so you can feel like you are achieving what you're going after with your high priestess energy here, and to where you're going to be able to finally find that balance with this Two of Pentacles, where you're going to be able to prioritize both your professional life and your personal life, so it all comes in balance, so you don't feel like you're giving more to one over the other, to where it'll be back in harmony and peace, and you won't feel so overly stressed or being, get caught up in this Eight of Swords energy that I feel like some of y'all are still getting lost in, getting trapped in. It's just a matter of trusting the divine. Like I said, that they're going to show you the way, that when a new opportunity arises that's right for you, if you are looking for that opportunity, I'm picking up that Spirit saying you'll get that green light and you'll understand it when it's presented to you. So don't feel like that, Spirit's not, listening to you. Please don't feel like they're not trying to help you or answer your prayers, because they are. They are listening. You just got to trust that they're working in the background to make all these things possible, whether that's a new job, a raise, or even love. Trust in everything. It all comes to being answered one way or the other. You will get an answer. That's what I'm picking up. And now for the Oracle cards, beautiful people. Let me put this here. From the Guides of the Hidden Realms. Here we are about choice again. The card, I can't make this up. The card I pulled is the Burden of Choice. And it says, each moment carries within it the possibility and promise of choice. No matter how long we've been doing something, with our next action, we can pick another way. And yet it's so easy to give our power to someone else, or even an algorithm, allowing our environment to make decisions for us. After all, with each choice comes the responsibility of the consequences that follow. Remember to wear the world loosely, and this burden will be much lighter. Right now, you've come to the proverbial fork in the road. Both paths have appeal. There's no obvious best choice. It's necessary that you be fully present. Make this decision from your heart and accept the consequences. Tap into your deepest desire for change and fulfillment. Your willingness for change and fulfillment Tap into your deepest desire for change and fulfillment, your willingness to be vulnerable, and your commitment to doing whatever it takes. Yes, it will be hard, but also incredibly satisfying. The good news is that if you choose something that isn't in your best interest after all, you can always choose again. Life is amazing that way. So beautiful people, know that you will have a choice. Like I said, if you're looking to want to explore, wanting to look at possibly leaving, your current employer to find a new job, Spirit's saying you're going to have more than one choice. Don't feel like, you're going to be trapped in a corner where you have no way or nothing to choose from. Because I feel like there's going to be many opportunities out there for you. And it's the same thing with love. If you feel like, nobody's, you haven't caught anyone's eye, I feel like there are people you have caught their eye. Maybe they haven't, presented themselves to you yet, but I feel like they will in due time. Just be patient. It might even be someone that you've got a crush on, and maybe they've already become aware that maybe you do have a crush on them, and they're just trying to find the courage of the right time to approach you. But no matter what, there is still a choice. Even without me pulling this card, y'all, there are always choices. So don't feel like you're limited, because you're not. Hi, Viviani. How you doing, beautiful? Okay, and then I pulled, let's see. I pulled from one of my other oracle decks that I might have only pulled from once. It's called the Truth Oracle. And the card I pulled for y'all is Astral Weaver. And it says, set intentions. Use affirmations or visualizations to actively mold your future and attract positive outcomes. You know, this kind of reminds me of the Magician card. You know, you're trying to create something and build something that you want, knowing you have all the tools already to make, you know, what you desire into reality. So believe in yourself. You're attracting what it is you want. It's out there. You just got to believe in, you know, in yourself, and believe in your manifestations, and believe that your manifestations will become reality. The Spirit's trying to show you the way. And then I pulled from one of my other animal oracles. And the animal I pulled tonight is the moonlit stag. And it says, seek balance between action and rest. Ensure you are not overexerting yourself. Balance your work with relaxation to maintain your energy and prevent burnout. Here we are again, beautiful people. Like this Two of Pentacles energy, trying to balance both. Here's your confirmation right here. Spirit saying, make sure you find balance so you don't burn yourself out, but also make sure that you're not putting more time or attention into one thing while another part of your life gets neglected. Still find that balance and prioritize, but also make sure you're giving to yourself too, so you don't get burned out. That's extremely important, okay? And then I did pull a few cards from another one of my money and career oracle decks. And here, first one I have here is money management. Master money management, create a budget, save regularly, and invest prudently to build a strong financial foundation. And we're all talking about stability with this Ten of Pentacles. Money management is very important. Because, you know, I know, you know, times get hard and we have, you know, things happen unexpectedly. So make sure you are managing your money and doing it wisely and making the right investments, you know. And if there's anything that, you know, you're considering doing, always ask a professional. Seek an expert opinion. You know, use your discernment. You know, don't, you know, just take it by listening to me or anyone else. Talk to an expert, to a professional that can help you manage your money, make the right investments, make the right moves that are best for you. The next one is skill development. And it says, invest in your skills. Identify areas for improvement. Enroll in relevant courses. And seek feedback to enhance your expertise and marketability. So some of y'all gotta, you know, invest in yourself. Work on your skills. You know, which kind of goes with this Eight of Pentacles right here. Learning to master your skills. And here's the confirmation right here. So if you feel like you're lacking in a specific area, Spirit's encouraging you to invest in yourself. By investing, maybe it's taking a course, taking a class, doing some research. Maybe it's, you know, buying a couple books, reading those books to kind of, you know, help you add knowledge, you know, because knowledge is power. And learning how to maybe better finesse your skills, your abilities, your gifts, your talents, or to bring your talents out. Maybe there's a talent there that you possess that you didn't realize you have. And it's just, you know, below the surface, waiting to be discovered. And it's not going to be discovered until you make that investment in yourself. So don't be afraid to invest in yourself. And the last one is professional growth. Focus on continuous growth in your career. Seek feedback, embrace challenges, and pursue opportunities that align with your long-term goals. So invest in your professional growth too. Invest in your skills. Be willing. Know that, there's a lot of knowledge out there to be discovered still. That we can still always grow. And we can always advance and level up. And maybe for some of y'all, that means maybe, you've got to go to a new company. Because maybe your current employer isn't, looking at where you can grow and level up. Maybe they want to keep you where you're at because you're so good at your job. They don't want to lose you. Well, if that's the case, well, I understand wanting to leave because you want to advance. You want to level up. So be willing to take those chances too on yourself. Especially if you've already invested in your skills. Know that there's, the long-term goal. It's not just short-term. It's also long-term. All right. And then for the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight, I got Jeremiah, and it's called Back Your Power. Forgiveness is about no longer allowing someone or something to affect your state of happiness. It doesn't mean you have to forget the past or avoid a situation entirely. Right now, you're being encouraged to take back your power, your light, your capacity to make a decision back into your own hands. By taking back what is yours, you also command respect from those around you. And the positive affirmation here is, I forgive the past and I give myself the respect I deserve. I forgive the past and I give myself the respect I deserve. So beautiful people, don't forget to call back your power. That's crucial. And that's what I have for y'all beautiful people for the general collective reading. So again, take what resonates and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit y'all, please don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. Okay? And if nothing resonated for you tonight, maybe it wasn't meant for you tonight, but it doesn't mean it won't be true possibly for you in the future. If you should ever feel called back to this reading, it will be here for y'all to listen to it again. So thank you all for being here. All right, what's going on here? Okay, hi Gnostic. You must be talking about Nicholas Garcia. Nicholas Garcia, don't come into my stream. Nobody asked you to be here. And, if you're truly a Christian, let me make myself perfectly clear. Then I suggest you go back and read that Bible. Because you forgot to practice thou shalt not judge. You have no right to come in here and judge anybody. So if you don't like what we talk about in here, get out. You don't have to be here. Nobody's holding you here. But don't be going around preaching. Nobody asked you. Show the card. Oh, yeah. I know, I always love it when God or Divine likes to show up just on time. For any of you trolls, people who want to, Bible thumpers that want to come in here and judge, you perverts even, this is a message straight from the Divine just for you. Oh, this card always makes me laugh. So, take a hike. Hi, Fairy Tech. Hi, Earthy McLivin. I love that card. I'm telling you, it's like Divine knew I needed that card. Oh, Bonnie Smith, honey, Moonchild's talking about this card, honey. So, to show all the trolls and all that. That's what she was referring to. It's okay, honey. Well, thank you for apologizing. Yeah, that's what she was talking about, sweetheart. Hey, honey, I think you know me better than that. If I knew, if it was something else, you already know I think I would have handled that. But yeah, when you see them say show the card, that's what they're talking about. Because sometimes I forget. Especially when I'm in here, you know, shuffling different cards, reading different cards, and all that good stuff. Hello, Peter. Oh no, Bonnie. I don't know, honey. You may want to, you may have to take your phone in and get it checked out, sweetheart. I don't know what's going on with it. Brick Kid, why do you ask? Hello, Juanita. Oh, you're leaving, Cheryl? Well, have a good night, beautiful. I'm happy you stopped in and say hi to me, honey, and listen to the collective reading. See you next time, beautiful. That's not good, Bonnie. Have you tried restarting your phone, honey, or your device? Brick Kid, again, it's more than just being curious, okay? Because we don't come in here talking about religion. And so, in case you just missed what I said, okay, we don't judge in here. It doesn't matter what religion anyone is. I'm loving and accepting of everyone's religion. As long as their religion doesn't hurt humans or pets or animals altogether. So, my religion doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. And that's the only thing that matters to me. And as long as we're being good human beings, that's the most important thing. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? Well, thank you, honey. You be lurking? Okay, sweetheart. Okay. Bob, were you picking on Jiminy Crickets, baby? I'm just curious, because I don't think he was happy about something you did, baby. To the point that he left, and I don't think he's coming back. The love connection. What are you talking about, Bonnie Smith? What love connection, sweetheart? He did not say that, Bob, did he? Because if he did, I'd have an effing problem with that, too. Oh, Lord, I don't like that. Okay, well, I'm going to have a chat with him. Eternal, are you here? I want a snapshot of that, if it's here. Because I want to see it. Oh, heck no. I won't tolerate that. Who always pushes the envelope, Debs? You talking about Jiminy Crickets? Hi, Nature Best Effect. How you doing, honey? I can't stand that word, but I can't stand any racist words altogether. It even bothers me when I hear they say that about themselves. I can't stand it. I don't like it at all. Oh, I agree, Devs. He doesn't have to add the N. I understand what he was saying, so. Oh, yes, he does. I agree. Bob does watch over us, and I appreciate that. Hi, Jeremiah. But I want to see that, because then I'm going to take it up with him, because I don't appreciate that at all. Jeremiah, yeah? What do you want to say, sweetheart? Oh, you don't want to say the N. You don't want to say the N word when I'm here. Period. I can't stand it. Yeah, Moonchild. I can't stand it. Don't like it at all. Well, thank you, Be Right. You know, babies and puppies are cute. Women, we're in a league of our own, sweetheart. Eternal, can you go back and take a screenshot from me where Jiminy Crickets is said what Bob is saying was said in the chat? Please. I want to see that. Please send it to me, because I'm going to take it up with him. Hi, Anna. Oh, is that what he was talking about? It's a song. Oh, I gotcha. If that's what he was talking about, why didn't he just put that there then? That doesn't make any sense to me. Hi, Michael. I mean, if it was, gold digger, then he should have just said that. Lord. Okay. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, because I don't know what song y'all are talking about. I guess I'd have to look that one up. Because I'm completely lost. But the problem is some people could have taken it as the other word. So it can be offensive in that regard. And I think that's the thing that bothers me about it. If he meant gold digger, he should have just said that. But by leaving out the first letter, it makes it sound like it was the other word. Okay. I don't know, Debs. I was doing a reading. I was doing y'all's collective reading, so I don't know. That's why I'm confused. Because if it had been me, and I saw it, I probably would have reacted the same way because I would have thought he meant the other one if he left the N word or the first letter off of it. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me. She ain't nothing but a gold digger. She ain't messing with no broke. See, well, that's the problem with that. Eternal light. The second where it's at, that's what. Yeah, I wouldn't have liked that. So it's kind of saying the same thing. I wouldn't have liked that. Hi, Darby. I'll have to address it later with him. Good thing I got his personal info. Well, I guess I'll have to listen to it. But you see how it could even the first line of it, it could still be understood as the other word. I don't know. Well, internal light, I mean, yeah, there are some songs out there, but I don't allow it on here. Hey, Brian, how you doing, baby? Thank you, Brian. Darby, don't do that on the public platform like that, honey. I already told him I'd give it to him, but he wants me to give you his email. So, but I'll give him your info. No, Anna, I don't understand. It don't matter the reason. I don't like that word being used, period. Yeah, Darby, don't be acting a fool on here. You're really asking for trouble. Then you'd be having some snake coming after you. No, no, no. We ain't doing that here either. Darby, you don't want to put that on a public platform. Use your head, Darby. Come on now. Don't be foolish. No, Bob, I didn't. That's why I was asking y'all. And the only reason why I know he left's because he sent me a message. So no, I don't know what the conversation was. That's why I'm asking. Whether it's repeating a song lyric or not, that word is not in my stream. I'm sorry to hear, Darby. I'm sending you healing, love, and light, honey. Okay, Bob. Sounds good, baby. Yeah, well, Eternal wasn't using his head either. So no, we're not putting your info like that out there, Darby. I don't even like my email out there. But it has to be because obviously of my channel. But I don't know what the news is, Darby. I'm sorry. I'll say some prayers for you. And I'm sending you healing, love, and light, honey. And hi, Polly. How you doing, honey? And Miss Lynn, I saw you too, beautiful. If you didn't hear me say hello. Hi, beautiful soul. And thank you for the heart emojis. And it's 11:30. Crap. Judith, I don't know, honey. I thought this stream was starting out good, but it seems like it's taking a crash course. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Bob. Thank you, baby. Yeah, I just saw the notification. Yeah, I think the energy is rough, but because a couple of things happen. Thank you, Gnostic Light Being. You have a good night too, baby. Polly, we haven't done any personal readings yet, honey. And I'm sorry to hear that, Anna. I'm sending you healing, love, and light and prayers. Let's see this now. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Alright. Unbelievable. No, that ticks me off. I don't appreciate that at all. Cool devs. Yeah, I did see the moon earlier, which... Yeah, the energy's off, but... Yeah, I get it, Bob. I mean, Judith, that's true too, but... Jiminy Crickets should know better. Oh, okay. I need to go center myself for a minute. I'll be right back, y'all. Hello to Ghost. Hi, Surreal. Yeah, Darby, I understand. My insurance company wouldn't pay my insignificant other's hospital bill because the hospital wasn't covered. Well, you know, Eternal, you can always create another name. Yeah, drama takes a lot out of me. Oh, I'm sorry, Debs. I was curious about it, honey. I was asking about it. So, he was talking about it because I asked once he mentioned it. I get your own. Hi, Sunnyland. Hi, 420. Yeah, other than, you know, people saying words they shouldn't be saying. And I know the energy's been a little off. I definitely didn't want to come on here to no negative energy. It's the last thing I need right now. I can't have my energy drained. Hi, Sagey. How you doing, beautiful? And Sagey, I got your email, sweetheart. And I got the other thing too. I'm sorry. I meant to respond to you. And I apologize that I haven't yet, honey. But yeah, I can't take on that negative energy right now. And I don't need people coming here and bringing down the chat either. Thank you, Eternal. That's sweet of you. Yeah, you're right, Anna. It's not easy. Even when you have insurance, though, it's still not easy. Because, like I said, when he went into renal failure, it was an absolute emergency. And the hospital that would have been covered under our insurance was packed full, so they couldn't take him. So they had to take him to the next closest hospital. Well, that hospital wasn't covered by our insurance. And because of that, we got a huge hospital bill. And then you take in my surgery, where they only cover 20 visits of physical therapy a year per write-up, and that's it. So I couldn't even afford to finish getting the rest of my physical therapy I needed for my shoulder because it was $50 per visit. After I reached my 20 visits maximum, I had to pay $50 every time after that. And that was at a discount to me. And that's a load of crap. Even $50 per visit. No. Hi, Daniel. Yeah, I don't qualify for Medicaid. So I have to pay for private insurance. And paying for that per month is ridiculous by itself. So, because you have to make under a certain amount of money, and which is just a load of crap, because I even remember my parents going through that when my mama got sick. And that's crazy, I don't know. Well, that's great, Darby, that you got it. Is it Medicaid or Medicare that you have? Medicaid is the one that's for people that doesn't have, that's under the poverty line. Medicare is for everyone else, for like senior citizens. Thank you, Eternal. Well, the physical therapy did help with my shoulder. It's just that, thankfully, I got my full range of motion back before the cutoff of the 20 visits. And the rest of it was just to build back the rest of my muscles, which I was still working on, which they were doing more occupational therapy at that point, but I still needed another month and a half, 2 months worth of physical therapy if I went twice a week. Twice a week, $50 a visit, that's $200 a month. I didn't have it, so I had to discontinue it once I reached a certain point. Yeah, I remember doing aquatic therapy for my back. Hello, Santos. Is that right? What makes you think I'm all yours, Santos? You know, Debs, I do have a hot tub. Problem is, I don't have a fence. So I can't have my hot tub connected right now unless I put up a fence. It's it's considered like having a pool. It's a liability. Very true, Darby. Oh, you have both, Darby? Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you have both, honey, because it's ridiculous what I pay a month for health insurance. And it doesn't include, you know, the co-pays and deductibles. And, like, just to go see one of my doctors, it's $60 every single time I go, just to see him. And I have to go see him every 2 months. And 3 of my medications is about $300 a month. My health insurance premium is about $700 a month. So it's ridiculous. Yeah, Devs, well, I mean, I reckon I could have set it up in the garage, but I plan on using my garage for my cars. Once I have my garage cleaned out, um, but know that it's a liability. So any house, if you live in that house, um, whether you rent or you own, you have to have a fence. Otherwise, they won't cover the insurance to cover like your home. So hi, Retro Life. That's crazy, Dubs. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield, I think. Yep. Yep, you gotta have a fence. Otherwise, you get in trouble. Retro Life. What about Libras? Libras are cool. Really, Darby? I've been on Seroquel, and it wasn't no $3,000 a month. Santos, why do you ask? Hey, Cynthia. How you doing, honey? Oh, thank you, Retro. All right, Santos. You just crossed the line. That's weird, Darby. I was on Seroquel for years. In fact, I took 100 milligrams of it. Um, and I cut the pill in half, is what my doctor told me to do. I didn't have any problems coming off of it. So I used to take it. I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's just strange because I never paid that much for it. Not even remotely close. It wasn't even $40 a month for um 30 30 pills a month, because I took, it was prescribed type 1 a day, but I was supposed to cut it in half, so it actually lasted me 2 months. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? Yeah, that's what I was on, Darby. Santos, let's get one thing clear. Don't come here and be a pervert. Okay? Talking about I taste good, I probably taste good, no. I'm not impressed. That's perverted. That's disrespectful. You don't talk to a woman that way. Alejandro, I'm good now, baby, now that you're here. Yeah, Seroquel was bad. Um, I used to have to take Seroquel with temazepam to help me sleep at night because of me being in so much ungodly back pain before my back was diagnosed and I had my surgery. That was the only way I could sleep. And in fact, it was because of that medication why I gained weight, because it made me have, you could say, almost like the munchies, is the best way I can describe it. So, taking either the temazepam or the Seroquel by itself wouldn't make me sleepy. It wouldn't knock me out. But you put the two together, yeah, I was out for like 12, 14 hours a day. Yes, 420. 12, 14 hours a day, it knocked me out. I mean, but understand, baby, I was taking some other pain medicine. So all of that it's amazing that, truthfully, to think back to it now, it's amazing that I'm still here. Because I should have actually been probably, put in a hospital for being possible no, not overdose, but my body, like, not handling the medicine, you can say, because we're talking, let's see, I had my surgery back in 2007, 2008 is when I had my surgery. So you're talking about the early 2000s. So this is before all the restrictions were put out on there, like taking, um, what do they call them? Some of the heavier, anxiety medications that people like getting their hands on the street, like the Valiums, the Xanax, those types of medications, mixed it with the, pain pills. See, here you can't do that now because I guess of all like the celebrities who've taken them and had an overdose. Um, so again, I guess according to them, it's amazing that that didn't happen to me because according to them, I shouldn't be here right now, given what I was given. Because in fact, one of the other medications I was given was also Xanax, and I was also taking Oxycontin with Soma, muscle relaxer, all at the same time. I shouldn't be breathing is what one of the doctors told me. But once I had my back surgery, I came off the Oxycontin, I came off the Xanax, I came off the Seroquel, the Temazepam. I had took myself off most of that medication. I didn't need it anymore. So, yep, baby. It's amazing, y'all. If y'all saw what my medication list was, y'all be surprised that I'm not, you know, addicted to those medications or anything like that because of it. And I didn't have any withdrawals from it either. Because, like, even the day that I had my back surgery is when I quit taking the Oxycontin. And everybody thought I was crazy. They thought that I would end up having some type of, withdrawal from it. I didn't. I was fine. I handled it perfectly fine. And nobody can still believe that I didn't have any kind of withdrawals. Well, how did my doctor explain it? My neurologist explained it a certain way. That my body can handle what most people can't. Dang it, how did he explain it? No, I'll think about it a minute. I know I've mentioned it once before, but anyways. So yeah, I was on all that. Yeah, Debs. And I'm sure I shouldn't have been on it, but back then, because of the amount of pain I was in, and because doctors had not diagnosed my back yet, that's why. I was in that much pain. In fact, I'll give you my whole list of what I was on. The doctors had me on before they diagnosed my back and I had my back surgery. I was on 40 milligrams of Oxycontin, 8 milligrams of Dilaudid, 350 milligrams of Soma. I was given 1 milligram Xanax to take 3 times a day. I was taking to sleep was temazepam, which was 25 milligrams. And then I was given Seroquel, which was 100 milligrams, but I was supposed to cut it in half and take it with a temazepam at night to help me sleep. So, and I could still walk. I was still functional. The only time I was not functional is when you added the temazepam and the Seroquel into my body. So that was at night, because it knocked me out. It did exactly what it intended. So when my surgeon saw me, he couldn't believe by looking at me, because I'm small, you know, that my body can handle that much medication, and that I was still sound, I was still alert, I was still able to speak, talk to him, I was coherent. But my neurologist, like I said, he explained it a certain way that, okay, I understand. For why it didn't affect me like it would anyone else. And the fact, like I said, that I came off most of that medication after my surgery. I even stopped taking it the day of my surgery. I came off the Oxycontin that day. The Dilaudid was lowered down to 4 milligrams from 8. And I wasn't really taking the Xanax back then. I quit taking it for a little bit while after the surgery to help me sleep, because, you know, I was still going through the healing process. I did take the Seroquel and the temazepam, but once I got through the healing process, I came off of that too. And I did it all on my own. I didn't need a doctor to monitor me. I just made the decision I'm not taking it anymore. And luckily for me, I didn't have any kind of withdrawals from it at all. Yeah, Darby, benzodiazepines is the Xanax and all that. The Xanax, the value. And you can't mix those with the pain pills, because that's what's caused a lot of the celebrities to end up having a drug overdose. At least that's what my doctors had told me. So that's why they said it's a miracle I'm still alive, to be on what I used to be on. But it's like I told him, I said, but that should also tell you, it's like my body knew, unfortunately, I needed the medicine at the time, because the stupid damn doctors wouldn't listen to me because of all the back pain I was in. I mean, I couldn't do anything. So, and the fact that I was taking exactly as it was prescribed, and the fact that I was taking it for a legitimate reason, because I was in so much ungodly pain. So, that should tell you all you need to know right there. Now, had I just been taking it, like if I, you know, been one of those ones out there on the street and I was addicted to it and I'm trying to get high, which I've never understood. I've never understood anyone who says they get high off of taking those medications, because I never got a high. So I've never understood it. But even my doctor says, well, that just shows that you legitimately need the medication because of my injury and all that. Yeah, Debs, I know. Trust me, I know. When I tell doctors about what I used to be on today, they look at me crazy. They could not believe I was on that much medication, but I was. Yeah, Darby, I heard about it. I have no need for it, though, sweetheart. Thankfully, it didn't, you know, I didn't have an overdose. I didn't become addicted to it. I didn't, you know, it didn't affect me in a negative way. So it was there, and I was thankful it was there. for the time I had to be on it until I can get a stupid doctor to do that one test to diagnose my back so I could finally have the back surgery and come off of it. So, but yeah. And I'm sure some is rarely prescribed anymore. I don't ever hear about it anymore. But that's what I used to be on, was all of that. In fact, I even remember um, when I came off when I came off like the Oxycontin and all that. I remember I emptied out my prescription bottles and I flushed the prescriptions down the toilet. So I just told you I didn't need it and I had no intention on using it anymore. Oh boy, Debs. And you know the other thing that's weird about my body? Um, is the fact that when I would need like dental work done, like if I had an abscess and I had to have a root canal done, with all the list of medications, I just told y'all, none of that would help my dental pain when I end up having to have a root canal done. It didn't phase me at all. I mean, it would not kill the pain. Don't ask me why. It wouldn't. It wouldn't touch it. So, during the times that I had to have like a root canal done and I end up getting a abscess, the doctors would have to switch my prescription around and take me off the Dilaudid for that period and give me the Percocet instead. For whatever reason, Percocet was the only thing that worked for me for dental work. And I always thought it was strange. And I remember I told my dentist that, because I'm thinking, yeah, dentist's gonna look at me crazy, right? My dentist looked at me, he's like, no, he said he understood perfectly why, because he said Percocet's more for oral pain than it is anything else. So he understood why, you know, even though I was on a heavier pain medication by being on Dilaudid. And for any other doctor, yeah, they would think it naturally should knock out all the pain throughout my body. But he said, no, you're just one of those ones that, Percocet's the only thing that, should be for oral pain. And so he understood it. But the reason why the doctors wouldn't put me on Percocet back then is because my doctor I was going to didn't like the medication. He said that there was too many problems with it. Where I guess out there on the streets, that's what a lot of people were becoming addicted to. So he didn't like writing it out, which is why he put me on the Dilaudid. Now, did the Percocet work for my back when I was in pain? Yeah, it did. But did it work as good as the Dilaudid? No. Not before my surgery, anyways. Here y'all talking about food. Why are y'all talking about food? And Darby, that's crazy that they gave you that much Xanax. Well, that's great, Darby, that you got clean from it. I know it seemed like Xanax was the other big medication that people got addicted to, I heard. It's like I remember one of my in-laws, because unfortunately they had a son-in-law who became addicted to some of those medications. And unfortunately, because he became addicted and he wasn't getting it through a legitimate source, like, a doctor, he was buying it off the street. It caused him and their daughter to pretty much go bankrupt. And they found out why. He was like borrowing money off the credit card to try and support his addiction by buying those medications on the street. And so when they found out what medications I was on, they were scared that the same thing was going to happen to me, that I was going to become addicted to it. And they hated it to hear that the doctors had put me on it. But at times, like, even if there was a risk of that, I was in too much pain. And I couldn't get anybody to understand that. Um, it's not that I wanted those medications or I wanted to be on them. I was in that much ungodly pain. To where my back swelled up, my tailbone, that bone at the base of your spine, that area swelled up to half the size of a golf ball. I had that much swelling, but yet all the doctors and no MRI would prove I had a bad disc. So that's why the doctors had put me on those medications. And then, so my in-laws were worried. They thought I was going to become another person and become addicted to it. So when I had my surgery, and after the surgery, they were, asking my insignificant other, how was I doing? Now that I quit taking like the Oxycontin and all that. And he was she's fine. She's not having any withdrawals. No. She's handled it just fine. And I didn't. I didn't have any withdrawals. I don't understand it. But again, my doctor, my neurologist understood it. It was just the way my body can handle it. It's different. I don't know how else to explain it. But I even stopped taking the Xanax. And like I said, after so much time had gone by, I had stopped taking the temazepam and the Seroquel too. And I went back and told my doctors, I don't need this medication anymore. Once I had my surgery, I was fine. I didn't need it. I wasn't in all that, pain anymore, at least not to the point of what it was back then. And they were all shocked that I came off it and I was fine. So that's good for you, Darby, that at least you came off of it. You're hungry now, Bob? Well, it's your fault, baby. You keep talking about food. You always talk about food when you're in here. Well, Darby, that's crazy, honey. I didn't even know, anything like that existed back then. I have just now in like the past year or 2 years, I've seen Narcan at the pharmacy. I saw it behind the desk at the counter for the pharmacist. And I never ever thought I would see that. But yeah, I finally saw it. Like, you can buy it now. Hi, Diane. How you doing, honey? It's alright, Bob. I mean, I needed to munch anyways. And Diane, beautiful. I didn't know you were on yesterday, honey. I apologize. I would have been there for your stream had I known, honey. It's okay, Debs. No, Lord, Diane. Yeah, it's all right. They like following us around, Diane. Wow, Darby. I'm sorry to hear that. No, I've never had to go through anything like that, thank God. Um, but you want to hear something crazy, though? Um, my dentist had, a receptionist, and she was sweet. She was young. I would say she was probably in her mid-20s. And she said something about, like, she wanted, to reach out to me outside of work one day. Okay, I'm, she seemed cool. I didn't have a problem talking to her. So I gave her my number. She texted me one day and was telling me she had a bottle of Suboxone was one of them. And I don't remember what the other one was. And asked me if I wanted to buy it. I'm like, huh? What the hell is that? I never even heard of it. I didn't even know what it was. I'm like, what? I thought it was like some other like pain medication. I didn't know. So I go look it up and I read it. I'm like, huh? Why in the hell would she think I'd want anything like this or I would buy it? Like, that tells you how naive I was to what had started going on back then. And it pissed me off. You know, I ain't buying no damn drugs for nobody. No, I get my medications from a legitimate doctor. They're going to write it out for me and I'm going to go to the pharmacy and get it filled. Okay? So I end up going through and I called my doctor. I had his cell phone number. So I called him. I said, listen, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm upset, I'm pissed off. I don't even understand why this person would think or, be comfortable with approach me with something like this, but I'm going to tell you what happened. So I told him, and I sent him the text messages. It's not like she called me and told me by phone. She sent me text messages. So I sent him the text messages and I said, this is what she sent me. You may, I didn't want the girl to get in trouble, but at the same time, I understood his position. He's a doctor. He can't have someone like that doing something like that. Especially being in a doctor's office because, he has, he writes prescriptions. And at some point in time, he would end up writing narcotics for some, patients when they would have, like an abscess. So I understood his concern. So unfortunately, she lost her job. I felt terrible, but I still couldn't believe it that she would even go there with me. That's crazy, Darby. Hi, Peter. Yeah, she was trying to take some money, make some money, but why of all people, why she would think I would buy it? Like, that's what I didn't understand. I mean, sure, did she have access to my chart because I'm a patient there? Well, of course. But there's nothing there saying that I was taking any kind of medication like that, nor would I. Like, that's what I didn't understand. But I guess she thought because I was taking those pain medicines, like maybe I was not taking them legitimately or getting them prescribed to me by a doctor. I don't know. It was just crazy though. It blew my mind. So he ended up having to let her go. Hi, Luz. And I'd rather her lose her job than going to jail. And I think that's how we looked at it. Because that's what I told him too. And I think that's how he looked at it too. Because he wasn't going to contact the police for it. But, she got to be reprimanded some way. So, So I understood. It was just effed up, though. I would hate to see anybody go to jail for something like that. Oh, Moonchild, you're so sweet, honey. Yeah, and you know what was crazy? Is those pills weren't even hers. It was like some guy she was dating. It was his medication. It's like, what? Like, come on. I don't know. Because unfortunately, I found out at my other doctor's office when I was going to a chiropractor. Um, he eventually got an MD in his office that he was trying to expand, is what he was doing. And so to have an MD in there that could be able to write patients who were having pain like me those types of medications, but he was also trying to expand it to where they would be seen like, you know, like you would go to your regular PCP type thing. And so, because there was an MD there, and he was able to write out those types of medications, there would be one of those prescription tablets laying around. And they also had an issue with one of their receptionists or nurses had swiped one of the pads, and I guess they were going through and forging prescriptions, and it's like, oh no. I could not believe that. I was like, what? Mm-mm. So I hated hearing that, and I can't remember how I was told that, but it was wild. And that's crazy, Darby. Oh, that's great to hear, Eternal. Well, Bob, some shows gotta be, we'll just say foolish. But that's crazy, Darby, that y'all have Narcan vending machines. I hear you, Dubs. No, I can't say that. Wish I could. In fact, I need to go to the doctor because I'm out of my cholesterol medicine. Yes, I have high cholesterol. King Kai, you can go kick rocks. Because first, I'm going to report you for that nonsense. And I'm going to kick you out too. If you show up again, you're gone. You take Crestor. Yeah, I take the generic. I take Lipitor for my cholesterol. And it's been weird lately. Because one of the last times I went and saw my doctor, my blood pressure was a little high. But I don't know if it's because I was annoyed. Um, or what. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't jump back up there again. And that's wild, Darby. Yeah, I think one of the doctors had wrote it out for my insignificant other because they were messing around with his medicines, and I think one or two of his medications they couldn't get because there's a shortage. So I think he was like trying to get him on another medication, and in case something happened, they wanted the Narcan on hand. It's like, whoa. And that kind of scared me there. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. So it scared me because in all these years, no doctors ever even suggested Narcan, let alone literally wrote out a prescription for him to get it filled while they were like readjusting his medications because there was a shortage on one or two of the other medicines he was on. What's your question, Bob? Yeah, well, that makes sense too, Darby. I just would have thought that they would have done it like years ago because of what he's on, but oh, that's great to hear, Debs. Yeah, I know why my cholesterol's high. Okay, Moonchild. Well, thank you for your prayers, honey. And you have a good night, Moonchild. And I haven't forgotten about your email, sweetheart. I apologize that I haven't responded yet. Too much meat? I don't know. No. Too much junk food, JJ. I eat a lot of junk food. Oh, really, Debs? Well, I know last time my cholesterol was checked, my triglycerides, I think, was around, I think it was like 227 or something like that. So I just gotta get it checked again. Because, I mean, I'm supposed to go at least once a year anyways, just to have a regular blood panel done. Hi, Annie Kikos. But yeah, I'm bad about the junk food. I wish I could say it was because I was eating a lot of red meat outside of this beef jerky. Not so much. Hi, Richard. Oh, you're so sweet, baby. Thank you. No. Well, hi, Hazel. How you doing, beautiful girl? Yeah, I know, Debs. Well, if I was bowling regularly, it probably wouldn't be as bad because obviously I'd be out there and I'd be sweating because I always sweat when I bowl. Um, and when I was on the go a lot, even back then, my cholesterol was still a little high. Oh, thank you, Richard. Oh, really, Darby? That's so sweet. And what you doing, Hazel? I'm surprised she's still up. I'm surprised you haven't put her to sleep yet. Or are you trying to put her to sleep now, Darby? She's probably like, no, I want to stay up. I know you told me that you had to put her to sleep by playing some of my videos before. Is she talking a lot more now? Oh, poor baby. Well, what do they do? What kind of dental work she have done? Yup. I know I'm auntie to more than just my siblings' kids. Oh, I bet she does. Call her Miss Sassy Pants. My niece, she's something else. She cracks me up. She's so sassy that my brother and my sister-in-law call her a sassahole. So, and she's every bit sassy too. Don't know how come. Poor baby. Yeah, Deb's oral gel does work. I remember I had to use that one time. There's that other one. I don't think it works as good though. It's called Ambisol or something like that. I had to use that one time because I ended up getting I must have had a crack in my back molar. All I know is I got an abscess and I was in Florida visiting. Yeah, it was either in the summer or it was for like Christmas. Went out to eat, had a strawberry shake, and I guess, like I said, I must have had a crack or an opening somewhere and I had to see it apparently get stuck in my tooth. So, yeah, I got an abscess really bad. And so I had to drive all the way back here to go see my dentist to get that taken care of. And I remember I went by the pharmacy and had to get some Orajel to numb it and keep it numb until I could get back here. It was about an 8-hour drive, 7.5, 8-hour drive to get back here. And then wait for my doctor to get me in the next day, and he had to prescribe me some antibiotics and all that to help. AC, how old am I? I don't know, how old do I look? No, that stinks, Darby. Well, I hope that her adult teeth, it doesn't happen. I hope her adult teeth come in and there's no issues with them. Sass McGrath. That's funny. Oh, really? That's right, Debs. Old enough to know better, old enough to not care. Like, AC, my guess is I'm probably twice your age, would be my guess. If not a little bit more. I mean, I would hope by my age I know better. I don't know, I may not. You never know, Debs. If I end up in trouble, obviously I didn't know better. Isn't that the truth? Yep, you're right about that too, Debs. I'm definitely, hey, I'm the leader of that club right there. Oh, you know what? I had some guy on Facebook earlier because obviously I don't have my profile picture up. My profile on the Facebook is same thing as the channel because that's the whole reason why I have the Facebook. It's for the channel. And I left a comment on something someone posted, and some guy says to me, "Well, yeah, well, we all know you're ugly because obviously you don't have a actual picture up for your profile." It's like, is that right? Uh-huh. And, said I didn't have any confidence. I said, oh, really? I don't have any confidence. I said, why don't you come check me out? Because I got a YouTube channel. I'll show you how much confidence I have and then some. Yeah, I didn't think that idiot would come pay me a visit. Or probably saw me and he's like, oh, man, I messed up. I mean, Bible, that's true too, baby. But that's not a bad thing. Eternal, I don't think they're as bad as you think they are. Yep, your oral hygiene does affect your overall health. People never would have thought that. And you know, it really doesn't make any sense because when you stop and think about all the people, you know, who unfortunately don't have any kind of like dental insurance, so they obviously can't go see the dentist because they don't have the money. But you watch, you know, how their health gets affected and everything. You know, you would think that it would be part of the requirement here in, you know, in the States that dental insurance would be covered under like medical for that reason. And you would think that it more of the things that are needed, you know, not just the preventative care like the cleanings, but if someone ends up with a cavity or someone needs a root canal, just, you know, how much it affects someone's health, you would think more of it would get covered. Or if someone ends up having, you know, a lot of, you know, bad teeth that are causing, you know, having decay and everything that, like, I know part of the oral surgery is covered if you have the oral surgery to remove it, but not all of it. And it just, and I don't understand it. Oil pulling. What do you mean, Darby? I was waiting for Gina to show up, but I hadn't seen her. Yeah, Darby, that's the other thing I don't understand why vision isn't covered either. Because people need their eyesight too. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, cool beans, Debs. Yeah, I remember you saying that before, James. I don't understand why none of it's covered. No, really, Darby, that's cool. Cynthia, you know, yeah, my energy's alright. It's a little off, to be honest. I mean, well, James, you did get my live right. I guess I must not be nothing then. Oh, really, Debs? I didn't know that. Witch doctor, my readings are $30 US. Oh, darn it. I'm hung up running over this doggone stupid blanket, which I need to have washed. Yeah, Debs, that's wild. I've heard of a couple of different people who have TMJ. Well, James, some people like watching people sleep. Don't ask me. I don't understand it. Well, witch doctor, I guess you can go up 2 miles up the street and get that free reading, sweetheart. Because, see, this is my business. This is how I pay my bills. And taking on anyone's energy drains me. I'm not just your normal tarot reader. And I surely just don't read, tarot cards based off of what the guidebook tells me. I go a lot deeper than that. And what I provide, you can ask my subscribers in here. Many of them had readings done by me. And they would tell you, my reading by anybody else would cost you at least $100. So, no. You know, I'm generous already by not charging people $100 for my readings, to be honest. Hi, Days Romero. How you doing, baby? Okay, witch doctor, a tarot reading, an energy reading is the same thing, and it drains me. So no. I still have to use my own energy to tap into your energy. That's draining. Do you not understand the risk I take by doing that? Has anyone ever explained that to you? For someone like me, you put me at risk, is what you do. And that's what most people don't understand. Mm-hmm. Ritual magic, huh? I don't know why you think I don't put up protection. But obviously you still don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand about how many of us psychics put ourselves at risk day in and day out anytime we tap into someone else's energy. There's a risk attached to that. Why? Because we don't know about your energy, who you've been around. Are you fooling around with anything you shouldn't be fooling around? And if we tap into your energy and you have something negative or evil attached to you, it affects us. That's what you don't understand. It's just crazy to me. Hi, Juanita. Hi, Ryan. It's just crazy that people don't understand that. Like, I don't understand where people think, people like me, like, where do you think I get some of those messages from? Correct, Dazed Romero. I'm glad y'all understand that. Because people come in here with this sense of entitlement like they don't understand. They don't understand that I'm dealing with people's energy. Okay, Darby. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, Darby. Okay. Gotcha, honey. Thank you. No worries, Darby. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know what caused the start of it, but okay, I understand now. Oh, that's very cool, Days Romero. Yeah, it's like when you deal with the spiritual world, there's so many risks involved. You're opening yourself up, and you don't know what you're opening yourself up to when you read for other people. And then take on being an empath, that just adds to it. Wow, Debs. I hate to hear that, honey. Oh, thank you, Polly. That's very sweet of you, baby. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Days Romero. It's tough, baby. It's tough. I think that's why I ran away from it for so many years. Because I didn't want to be in it. I didn't want to be around it. I didn't want to take on other people's energy. I surely didn't want to take on, opening up to the spirit world. But obviously, that was my calling, though. And that's been made clear to me more than once. Darby, there's no reason for you to feel guilty, sweetheart. I mean, you didn't know. And that whole, energy that was tied to it was something else. It's just, I didn't like it. But at least your energy this time, what my spirit guide suggested you do, it did help. It was a big help. So I appreciate you doing that. Okay, David Bender. I don't know who you're talking about. Juanita, a message. You're asking for a reading, sweetheart? Is that what you're asking me for? I hate all these spam junk emails. Okay, my readings are $30 US, Juanita. Days Romero, I had to, I just think I had to come to a pivotal point into a certain experience that forced me to really have to open up to it. And I guess I had to kind of like shake my world in a sense too, to make me more aware and to believe in it. before I was, becoming a little more accepting, because before then, even just hearing about how it's in my family, I thought my grandma was crazy, but, I just saw a spirit orb over here just now. Um, but even after I had that experience, it didn't completely make me want to come to it. I still had to go through some years and kind of adjust to it, adjust to what I was picking up, what I was feeling. Um, and as time went by, I kind of gradually kind of like leaned into it gradually. I didn't go crashing into it, I promise you that. I didn't want to. Um, but I just kind of allowed it to happen on its own instead of trying to really control it. I just allowed it to happen, so I could kind of get to know it all. And then after that, it's kind of where I had to kind of like, I guess you can say, finesse it, call it control. Yeah, I guess that's a word, but more like finesse it to where there's different boundaries of when it takes place, when it doesn't. Like, letting my spirit guides know when I'm open to receiving messages and when I'm not. I even had to put up safeguards, to even tell the spirit world, like, as long as I'm not, as long as I'm in this office, you can come to me. But the moment I step out that door, that means I'm off the clock. Don't bother me. And the only, spirits that I would allow bother me, obviously, are my spirit guides and my own loved ones. But anyone else, don't bother me. And for the most part, they've respected that boundary with me. I've only had maybe a handful of encounters where, someone's come to see me out of nowhere. But then I can't really say that because a couple of times when the spirits have come to visit me, it's because they knew I was going to have a reading with their loved one later that day. When I've done like my personal, private, one-on-one readings that I don't stream, um, I've had people's loved ones come visit me right before the reading to give me a message for them. So that's kind of like how I've experienced it. So I think it's just a matter of putting up those safeguards, baby, and just telling them, no, you don't bother me this time, and make sure that what you're taking in, you put up that boundary that you only want positive, loving energy to come through, to keep everything dark, evil, negative out. And that's what, like, your spirit guides and the archangels, if you believe in them, guardian angels, they're supposed to help with all of that. Yeah, see, and I don't have anyone. I had someone follow me from my old house. Oh, that's great, Darby. Hi, Albert. You thought you saw an ordinance? Yeah, they come through. They come in my office a lot. Hi, Morrison. Go ahead, Days. What's your question? I don't know if I can answer it, but I'll try. That's crazy. You said 3 hours and 11 minutes. Eternal. Alright, thank you. I'll write that down because I'm going to have to watch that back too. Cool beans. 3 hours and 11 minutes, that would mean. And that was, you said 3 hours and 11 minutes, that's 1:11 my time. That's exactly 1:11 on the dot. Good morning, Mitch. How you doing, baby? Oh, Debs, I love that. Damn, it got cold in here all of a sudden. Hello, Trudy. Hi, Nicole. How y'all doing, beautiful souls? I'm good, thank you. Oh, wow. Days Romero. I'm sorry to hear that, baby. I'm gonna have to get this sweater. Hi, Joseph. Days Romero, where were you shot at, baby? You said you're disabled, right? Diane. That was okay, honey. He's explaining something to me. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. You're so sweet, honey. Thank you for stopping by to see me. beautiful. Hopefully I'll see you back again tonight. Wow. Days Romero, that's crazy, baby. Hi, 247. I'm good. How you doing? Oh, crap. I missed the whole stream again. Darn it. Well, Days Romero, you've been through it, baby. You said you're disabled. Like, explain to me, how are you disabled, baby? Like, can you still walk? Or do you just not have as much feeling? Like, I'm just trying to understand, baby. Yeah, even just to have one disc is bad. Because, like, my L5S1 is the one that they had to remove because it had a big tear in it. Okay, Darby. Well, you have a good night, beautiful. Sweet dreams to you. Hey, Corey. How you doing, beautiful soul? I'm sorry to hear that, Days Romero. Dang. Why am I cold? I'm like freezing. Like I'm still freaking cold. There's someone here. All right. Oh, wow. Days Romero, I'm sorry to hear that, baby. Thank you, Darby. Sweet dreams, beautiful. Ouch, Days. I know, right, Nicole? Yeah, I feel them. They're here. That's cool days. The whole skateboarding thing. Hello, VE. Eternal. Cynthia, don't play with what, honey? Well, that's horrible, Romero. Okay, baby, so you've been shot and you have a disorder you were born with and you have neuropathy. Like, did you see anything when you said you were held down? Um, did you see anything? Did you smell anything besides feeling like someone's holding you down? Did you have any other kind of emotional reaction to it? Like, was it just instantaneous fear just because you felt like someone was holding you down? Or did you feel like there was something evil lurking there? Oh, okay. I got you, Cynthia. That's funny, Diane. Reflection, that was not cool. Lay back, I'm fine. Are you okay? I'm just reading the chat. I get a sense that it's not anything spiritual. I think what's happened is all that trauma, baby. And I think your body is subconsciously going back to those times that you explained when you were shot, the whole thing with the injuries. There's some kind of like I pick up it's trauma being replayed subconsciously. It doesn't feel like it's anything evil to me. And I just a tiny bit that I picked up and what my spirit guide just told me, it sounds more like a panic response is what they're saying. Like they're telling me it's because of the trauma. So it's almost like, even though you've gone through, and I'm no doctor, baby, okay, just be clear. um but what they're telling me, it's like, how would I put this? Like, I'll give you an example. If you've ever been in a car wreck or been close to a car wreck, like you've either been, you know, in the car driving, or you've been a passenger, and let's just say that, someone drives, right behind someone else, and, that car in front of them, stops, and then the person driving suddenly slams on the brake, like, you feel like you're gonna go through that windshield. Or there's like this hesitation of a car being pulled out in front of you, and there's this natural response of you tensing up, just the stress of fear, especially if at some point in time prior to that, maybe you were in some kind of minor fender bender, like, maybe, your mom, had an accident, just an example, okay? That's what sounds to me like what's being played out subconsciously with you. There's something that keeps replaying itself from that trauma, from being shot, from all the other injuries, the medical that's coming about. That's what I'm being shown. So, and you know how your body just naturally, like you say, you've been in a car accident, how your body naturally would tense up. Like if you fear, like, post-traumatic stress is the word I'm looking for. If you think another car is going to come and hit you because you've already had a prior experience of being hit, your natural reaction is going to be to tighten up. It's that panic. So that's what I'm picking up. Did you experience any kind of head trauma? But Days Romero, let me tell you something, baby. Because you say that your family is, connected, and you do get spirits, baby, you need to start putting in some like protection around you to help ensure you stay protected. That's even when you sleep. Because you see, what people fail to understand is when we go to sleep, that's when we're most vulnerable to spirit attacks. So before you go to bed each night, you need to like talk to your spirit guides, your guardian angels. If you believe in a god, deity, whatever, pray to them. Ask them for help and to protect your dreams. To not allow anything evil or negative to enter your dreams, because that's when we're most vulnerable. Because just as much as, we want and may dream of our past or loved ones coming to see us in our dreams, which some of those dreams are legitimate visits from them. The same thing is true about negative and evil. They can enter it the same way. Your past or loved ones can. So you have to protect your dreams, but even throughout your day, you have to have like a spirit shield around you, which is a protective shield. So what I would encourage you to do is to Google psychic shielding. And there's different websites that'll come up. Go to whichever website you want. You know, in fact, I would encourage you kind of like look at all of them. Because the more knowledge you have, the better you will be. You know, knowledge is power. So what I would tell you is I would at least try and go there and try and shield yourself from anything like that. Yeah, well, he's not going to steal mine. Because I won't tap in like that. And I get that, Days Romero. But, you know, there's so many other things you have to do besides, you know, praising who you do. When you work in the spirit world, there's a lot you have to protect yourself against. But obviously what works for one person may not work for everyone else. But I get what you're saying. Hi, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? I mean, Days Romero, does your family, when they sage the house, do they just sage or do they say something? Like, because you have to have an intention in order for it to work. And you also have to believe in the intention that you're putting out. And crystals do help too. Salt helps. There's many different ways. Oh, Catherine, I'm sorry to hear that. Beautiful. I hope he's okay, honey. But because your sister sages, do you sage regularly? Because that's what I would encourage you to do. So people like me, and as you talk about your sister who work in the spirit community, that's a daily thing for me. You know, putting up that kind of, you know, protection, smudging my office, my space. Think of it like taking a shower. Only, you know, instead of it being like, you know, physical hygiene, it's spiritual hygiene. It's the same thing. So I do it daily. Sometimes I may do it twice or 3 times a day. It just depends. It depends on what energy I come in contact with. No, so I'm sorry to hear that, Catherine. Well, Des Romero, I would suggest you start, baby. You need to start smudging. Because if you are getting in contact with spirits, if they're coming to you, if you're not putting up those boundaries and telling them to stay away or stay clear of you and you have no shielding around you, you're like an open door to them. They're going to keep bothering you until you tell them to leave you alone. And you put up certain protections to help ensure that you don't allow certain energies and entities to come around you. 432 heals. What is 144A? I mean, Days Romero. I mean, I don't know your dad, but I mean, your dad's right though. Hello, Pico side. No, that's not being a sissy or a whip. Days Romero, your dad is telling you something right. So there's many different things that many of us in the spirit community do to shield our energy, which is also why I won't tap in unless, obviously I'm compensated for it. Oh, okay, 432, I got you, honey. Days Romero, it's alright. That's another good way, Nicole. You're right, honey. Hey, Scott, how you doing, baby? I'm gravy, honey, thank you. How about you? Days Romero, that's cool, baby. If you need me to read for you later this week, I can do that. I'll be here Friday and Saturday. I won't be here Sunday because it's Mother's Day. Mad Max, who you calling a witch? Let's get one thing straight, I'm not a witch. Okay. Well, Days Romero, I don't have Cash App. All I have is PayPal and Venmo and Zelle. No, thank you, Nicole. Well, he's not gonna bleed out, so. Okay, Days Romero. Sure, Scott, if you want to give me like 10 minutes, baby, so I can go ground myself. And then I can do it for you, baby. Sage too, Diane. Okay, honey. Oh, thank you, Days Romero. Same to you, honey. Okay, honey. Hmm. Great. Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't tap in like that. Okay, Cynthia. Well, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. I understand, honey. Alright. I'll be back in a few. Scott, I just got your donation, baby. Thank you. Bob, you're too funny, baby. You're welcome, Days Romero. Oh, shit. I think I need to turn my AC on. Hold on. Y'all ready? To my archangels, Metatron, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Zachiel, I humbly ask for your service. I humbly ask that you step forward and surround me. You help me cleanse this space to remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies that may be lurking, and to bring in nothing but love and bright light. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Oh, crap. Remove any and all evil, negative entities and energies from this sacred space. Allow love and light to shine through. Allow love and light to shine through. Allow love and light to shine through. As shall it be, and so it is. You leaving, Debs? Hi, Ryan. Okay, Debs. If there's something you need me to know, beautiful, you know you can reach out to me. I know I hadn't gotten to your other email yet. I'm sorry. I gotta get some of y'all's mods' numbers so y'all can be directly linked to me. Hey, Days, Romero, baby. You know, I greatly appreciate you're here and being open. But I think, baby, we gotta cut this conversation off for the night. Um, my subscribers, you know, some of the people here, it's making them uncomfortable. And I'm getting ready to do a reading, baby. So I gotta tap into his energy only. Hi, Eric. How you doing, baby? So we can talk another night, Days Romero. All right. You're in pain, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sending you healing, love, and light and comfort. You talking about physical pain, baby, or just mental and emotional? Polly, I'm going to the bowling alley. That's my plan. And go eat some Mexican food because that's what my mama loved. Mexican food was her favorite. Oh no, Eric, I'm sorry, baby. All right, Scott. Scott, you just want a general, baby? All right, Spirit, okay. I'll put it back down. Crap. Okay, Scott. I got you, baby. For whatever reason, Spirit told me to pull out this deck, so... Other deck. I don't know where it's at. Yes, before I do this, here's my other deck. Oh, Diane, I did order me an Oriental deck. I'm excited about getting it because I've been wanting one. Where is my other freaking deck? Like, where did it freaking go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's like a Japanese themed deck, so part of my culture. I've been wanting one for a long time, and I just been out there looking, and it's like Spirit must have known because it was an advertisement I saw on Facebook the other day. I was like, well, what'd you know? Here it is. So, it's a tarot deck and a Lenormand deck. And I think the Lenormand's supposed to be like a geisha themed deck. So yeah, it should be interesting. Hi, Lady Freedom. And Eternal. I ordered a different tarot deck too that I think is more to your liking as well. Why is that song in my head again? You didn't know I was Japanese, Scott? As many times you've been here, baby, you didn't know my ethnicity? Yes, baby, I'm mixed. I'm part Japanese. I'm Japanese, Hawaiian, English, Irish, and Scandinavian. So, I know it already shipped, so hopefully it'll be here by like next week. But yeah. You're excited for me, Diane? Yeah, I'm excited to get it. It will be interesting. And there's another deck I saw out there that I want, so. I still got some Oracle decks out there I still gotta get to. Hello, William. Yep. There you go, Scott. And Diane just put my whole ethnicity out there. That's what I am. I want a Hawaiian deck, too. I need to get at some of those. Alright, Spirit. So, yeah, Eric. You're going to have to get a reading from me, baby, when my Japanese decks come in. You're funny, Bob. William, I don't speak the language, baby. Nobody in my family spoke it except for my grandparents, and I didn't live with them, so I didn't pick it up. So I'll be excited to use it. All right, Spirit. Hi, Smiley. How you doing, honey? It's good to see you, baby. Where you been hiding? You're a white mud, Scott. Well, I'm half white, baby. No, I'm sorry, Miguel. Yeah, if anybody was using it, Diane, it was Jonathan. So I'm gonna get some Hawaiian decks too. Alright, Spirit. Well, I'm happy you did, Smiley. Alright, Spirit. Well, it looks like you need a spa day, Eric. Or Scott. You need to have some more fun, too. Isn't that the truth? Oh, well, thank you, Scott. Yes, William, I do, pay personal tarot readings. Alright, Spirit. Scott. Show me, Spirit. Alright. feel like you've been slaving away, Scott? I mean, I hate to use that word, but that's what Spirit said. Eric, Scott's getting a reading right now, baby. What is he yelling at my freaking cat for? Sweet Jesus, help me. Go get my kitty. Yeah, I don't know why he's out there hollering at him. I just heard him say bad kitty. Check on my cat, y'all say. Okay, I'm gonna go check on him. What did Toby do? He bit him. That's his problem. Well, I think if I was told, I'd probably bite him too. Hmm. Yeah, well, Eric, you're not the only one who falls asleep during my stream. I know there's several people out there who say they fall asleep to my stream. I feel bad, but everybody says it's a compliment. Alright. This came out before. You got a younger energy around you still. Alright, Spirit. Let's see. Something. You know, Scott, baby, I hate titles. I just... This is just my personal belief and opinion. If you're like a light worker, in my opinion, you would be classified as an earth angel to me, okay? I think titles create too much decisiveness because to me that's like more about the ego than anything else. You know, because no matter which way you look at it, you know how you see that title out there about chosen ones, right? It's like with chosen ones, okay? We all chose to be here. We all came in here for a specific purpose. So we all chose to be here. So, you know, even that label, I just think it's wrong to have. And if I wanted to truly be up in my ego about, you know, when it comes to my gifts, my purpose, especially what I've been told, more people would probably classify me under maybe something like an earth angel. And the only reason why I say that is because I've been told that I'm actually an ascended master. But I don't like using that title because to me, I'm no different from you. I'm no different from anyone else. There's anything that's more special about me or for me to be here over you or anyone else. Because at the end of the day, we all chose to be here. We're all here on our own journey, on our own path for a specific purpose. You know, are some of us meant to maybe walk down more of a spiritual path than others? Sure. But I just think that to create, you know, or want to know if you're an earth angel or anything else, that's just decisiveness. That just goes to the ego. And I just think it's wrong to do that, baby. That's just my personal belief and opinion about it. You know, so like when I was told I was an ascended master, I didn't ask about that. You know, that was just something that someone who, you know, is in a spiritual community who is a medium had told me. Um, if that makes any sense. Exactly, Debs. I think labels are overrated. I just think that's about ego. I don't I don't need to be told that I'm anything like that. I understand my purpose, I understand why I'm here. And I just leave it at that. Um, I don't get wrapped up in those titles and those labels. But could I ask? Sure, I could. And to focus. But does that make sense, Scott? You know, baby, if you feel like you're an earth angel, just know that. I mean, I know you're a light worker, so in my view, if you want to use that label too, you know, that's up to you, baby. But I just don't put myself in any category or box like that. It's like, in all honesty, I even hate using the terms, even psychic. And I've only just kind of gotten into even using those words because, again, that's like creating decisiveness. That's saying, you know, I know more than you. Oh, I'm special because I have all these gifts and you don't. No, I really don't feel that way. And the only reason why I even mention the psychic part is because it makes it easier for people like you to understand. And then when I get into the specific, you know, abilities that I have, you know, that's how y'all are able to understand and comprehend it. But years ago, I never used the word psychic. I never liked it. I always said spiritual gifts because to me, that's what it still is at the end of the day. It's just most people know it as psychic abilities. But to me, really, heart of heart, it's spiritual gifts. Let me see something. But I'll see, Scott. Just give me a minute, baby. I'm about to pull out one of those other decks. They'll kind of tell me. Oh. Well, man, pay attention. Like, what the heck? That's weird. Do you feel like you're going through a tower moment right now, Scott? But it doesn't have to be in a bad way, baby. Do you feel like you're going through some kind of transformation, transition, change? Okay, baby. And that makes sense. Arnold, you need to set up a phone appointment with me. If you're talking about a personal, private, one-on-one reading, you need to email me. Okay, baby. That makes sense then. I feel like this has to do with your spirituality, but I feel like it's part of your career too. Something you're excited about. Alright, Spirit. What is this here? Eight of Wands. Why is this here, Spirit? You got love on the brain too. But that's more love of yourself. Someone else caught your attention, Scott? Like, are you working towards trying to create a relationship with someone? Or is this more of yourself, baby? And this is more of yourself. That's why the Hermit's here. Oh, crap, my back. Hold on. Yeah, something could be coming in the future too, baby. Because I did want to know what's coming towards you. So I'm going to kind of do this like... I normally don't do this, but I'm going to do this with you, Scott. I already got the first cards laid out. So I'm just going to start pulling the second ones and go through the tarot. And then I got more oracle cards to pull for you, baby. I'll go over the oracle cards afterwards, okay? So remember how I was asking about the tower? If you're going through some type of change. Because I had the tower at the bottom of my deck. And that's after I pulled this clarifying card. Because in your present energy, I get you in the Knight of Pentacles. So this is all about like you going through and exploring like your knowledge, the things you've learned, whether that's, you know, dealing with your spirituality, your career, you know, this can be personal too, concerning, you know, relationships, yourself, or your relationship with others. And I'm getting the Three of Wands with this. So, I mean, this is not a bad thing because this tells me that this is something that's exciting for you, something you're looking forward to, you know, that you're working on. So, the tower is just pretty much telling me it's change, it's transition. So, like, you're trying to adjust to the changes that are coming towards you. But this also tells me that part of this is dealing with your spirituality too. Like, I get a lot of, like, the energy of, like, the dark night of the soul energy is what I'm picking up from you. So, and I think it's kind of, you know, rocked your world a little bit still. Like, you're still kind of going through some of these different emotions of, people might think you're mentally ill, we'll say, okay? I'm no doctor, have no medical degree. I know you know that, but I'm just saying. Spirit's showing me, like, even whether it's to yourself or the outside world, like people who interact with you, would either take you someone who's like mentally ill, that's like going through, like, we'll just say like bipolar. You know how people who are bipolar, they have these ups and downs. You know, when they're up, they're like on top of the world. Like they can do anything. You know, just think of them like they think like almost like they're God. You know, everything they do is perfect, and they're also looking for that kind of recognition type energy. But then when they're down, they're really down. They're down in the dumps. They're very depressed. They isolate themselves. They don't want to interact with the public, you know, because they don't feel good about themselves. So it's kind of this roller coaster is what I'm picking up from you. And I feel like some people have kind of picked this up from you, but this is all part of this. I feel this transition of what you're going through. When it comes to like your spiritual awakening, going through, you know, certain doors, I feel that your spirit guides are still guiding you towards, and you're still trying to, you know, gain this knowledge. Um, I feel like there's a lot there, you know, already that you understand, but I still feel like there's more that's coming towards you that you're trying to take on and learn. Um, but this is something that's very exciting too. So I can see where these changes are coming in um, presently, and I feel like there's more. And then the next one I get is the Eight of Wands, and this is about action, a lot of fast action. Um, I get ambition, but I get like love for yourself, but even love just even for humanity, for your fellow neighbor. Because I get the Knight of Cups with this, which is all about someone that's more in their emotions. So I feel like this is coming towards you. Um, there's even a possibility of love, I feel. Like you might meet someone that you're going to want to take action towards and show them, you know, that soft, loving, romantic side. You know, someone you'd want to, you know, take to the movies, you know, go out to dinner, maybe sing, dance, you know, under the stars, you know, something like that. Someone that there will be a romantic interest in, I feel, is coming towards you. Now, let me see the next one. This is at the center. So, Spirit, why is this here? But there seems to be pain, baby. Pain of your past that's still coming back and haunting you. Um, Nine of Swords energy. If I can pick this card up. Nine of Swords. This is all about overthinking things, not sleeping well, having those doubts, thinking the worst is going to happen. Instead of having more of an optimistic mindset, it's more of a pessimistic, like you're just waiting for the next shoe to drop kind of energy, and you can't foresee anything good happening. It's only, you can only foresee the worst. Like you feel like, you know, your luck is bad. And so it's kind of like the attitude, like I remember my parents always telling me, you know, there would be no such thing as luck in their life if they didn't have bad luck, but it always seemed like they had bad luck. It was always bad instead of something good. And that's kind of like the energy I'm getting in this. So you feel like everything's going to come to a head. And I feel like this has to do with whether this is romantic love, family love, friendship love. Um, this is something that you're possibly going to face down the road. And this could even involve this. You know, this connection here that I feel is coming towards you. That's going to sting a little bit, baby, because I get the Three of Swords with this. So this is telling me this is a light heartbreak. And it might be pretty painful for you. You know, so be prepared. Don't close off your heart. That's one thing I don't want you to do. And that's what Spirit's saying. Don't close off your heart just because you fear. I feel like whoever this is someone you're meant to come in connection with. I feel like there's a lesson in this you're supposed to learn from it, though. And I feel like that's why Spirit wants you to kind of go into it. You know, yeah, you might get hurt a little bit. Um, but even in relationships that do last, there's still going to be a point that, like it or not, your significant other's going to do something that's going to hurt you. You know, hurt your feelings, let you down, disappoint you. Those things, you know, tend to happen, it seems, right? So I feel like this is also someone from your past, because I get the Six of Cups at the bottom. So this is something from your past. This is someone that's going to return. This could even be someone in your family, or a friendship that's going to return from the past. And it might be haunting for you, baby. I get the word haunting. So this is like, this Nine of Swords energy is telling me like this is going to remind you of something from your past. Like something might be, maybe you've been running from something that you haven't wanted to face. And maybe now Spirit's like trying to force you to face this now. In this Nine of Swords energy. With this Three of Swords. And I feel like it's supposed to open the door for you to do some more healing with it. So if there's someone in your past, if there's something in the past that's unresolved, I feel like whoever this person is, where this connection is, it's going to come back to you, baby. Or there's going to be some type of memory that's going to trigger you. That's not going to be the happiest memory, or maybe it is a happy memory. But maybe because the relationship didn't last, or y'all split apart, it's painful for you now. Whichever way it is, you're meant to remember it. You're meant to go through it because there's still some healing in there you need to go through. And this is part of your transformation. I just got cold, sorry. Part of your transformation and going through this change, this transition, like this tower moment. And then, let's see, Spirit. I want to see one more thing. No, Spirit. Let me put it back. Spirit, why? This is even like something pertaining to old beliefs. Not saying they're wrong, baby. But I feel like you're going to have to defend yourself, stand firm in your beliefs and who you are. Because I get the Seven Wands energy with this Three of Swords. So there seems to be some kind of conflict somewhere with someone, you know, family, friends, old romantic person you were involved with. Then maybe y'all didn't see eye to eye on something. You believe differently from them. And that seems to be partly of what's going to trigger this, or what's going to bring it to the surface again, a memory. There's something here that's going to be hard to have to deal with. And like I said, I feel like it's going to hurt. But I think it's supposed to teach you, to make you stronger, to believe in yourself, to not back down from your beliefs. Even if others don't agree with you, baby, doesn't make you wrong, okay? You're living your own life. You're an adult. You're supposed to live your own life. You're supposed to have your own beliefs and values, morals. Yeah, it may not be the ones you were brought up with, but you're supposed to have them. It's at the core of who you are. So don't question that either. As long as what you're doing doesn't hurt people, you know, others, they're just going to have to accept it, right? If they love you, especially unconditionally, they're going to love and accept you for you. And they're not going to try and change you. As long as what you're doing isn't hurting them. Yeah, could it have a slight impact in their life, depending on what it is? Yeah. But they're still not you. They're not living your life. You got to live with it. So, all right, Spirit. What is this here? Spirit. Ooh. All right. I mean, that's pretty energy right there. All right, the next one, you know, this is like in your future. This is what's coming towards you, baby. King of Swords energy. And the King of Swords is someone who's like a leader, someone that is very more in their logic. You know, they use their logic, their rationale. They analyze things. They're not as tied to the emotions as, you know, someone else. But they're also a strong leader. I feel like you in this energy right here is going to serve you well. I feel like it's going to attract the right people towards you. Your mentality, your thought process, how you process information, even through whether this is your personal experiences from your past or this is how you proceed with your career or your spirituality. I get there's going to be a lot of happiness and fulfillment in this. Like, I feel like once this happens, like with the Seven of Wands and you go through this, you're going to find this happiness. Like, you're going to feel more like yourself. And I feel like with this Knight of Cups here, you're going to have a lot of things to celebrate. I feel like you're going to feel more whole again, more like yourself than what you have been lately. And I just heard divine union. I get Two of Cups here too. Divine union. So there's someone here, like a lover, that's going to be divinely guided. And the spirit just told me divine union is what they're saying with this. And that's where this Nine of Cups is coming in. Like, I feel like with you being here, being more of like that leader, authority, and I just saw a bright spirit orb, taking charge, someone that's a problem solver. Like I get the type of energy of someone's going to come into your life, you're going to meet them somehow, and you're going to be the one that's going to like save their day. Without, you know, second guessing yourself, you know, like just think of like someone breaking down on a side road. Like, let's just say they got a flat tire. Like, you're going to be the one that's going to stop on the side of the road while everybody else is passing them and change their tire. You're just, because you're right there, you're wanting to take charge and help others and help fix their problems. And I feel like that's what's going to attract this person. That's this divine union, and where you're going to have the Nine of Cups energy. And you just showing up at the right time, knowing what you know, your knowledge, like I feel like it's going to strike up a conversation that's going to take notice to this person. That's going to create this Nine of Cups where your dreams, your goals, your happiness, your fulfillment, your joy is going to come true, and this divine union is going to take place. Because here you are right here. Knight of Cups again. Like, you're like someone's knight in shining armor. Ace of Swords, clarity. Hold on. Spirit. Knock on it. Come on. There's the Eight of Wands again. Alright. Spirit. I feel like you're going to find more balance. That would have been nice, Spirit. What else? Why is this here, Spirit? Three of Pentacles. There it is right there. You're going to make a choice. You're going to gain clarity. Because here you are again, Scott. And this is like, you know, your advice, possible outcome, Nine of Cups. Again, you know, the part of you, that warm heart center you have, that warmth, the love, the nurturing, the caring, the attentive, wanting to come in and be someone's like knight in shining armor right here, right? Sweep someone off their feet type energy. And being in this type of energy too, where you're going to figure out how to balance both like your logical side, your rationale, the leader, take charge, and also this romantic side. It's going to really be what seals the deal, is what Spirit's showing me with this Ace of Swords, where you're going to have opportunity and clarity, where you're going to be in this divine union, I feel, where this Four of Pentacles can come in, where this Four of Pentacles is going to be like you're going to know when to give and how much yourself to give. And I feel like even for this other person and people you come in contact, like some of them might be a little more reserved from you. Even this divine union, this Two of Cups, might be a little, Spirit just said the word aloof, but you're still going to win this person over. And as time progresses on, even though it may feel like a Four of Pentacles energy, where the Four of Pentacles is more of an energy of someone that's, you know, either, when you think of it, someone who spends their money too easily and gives it out too easily, or holds on to it too tightly. But when you think of it in a romantic sense, in relationships, you know, in love, it's also an energy of someone giving too much of themselves and not getting in return, or vice versa. So I feel like for you, you might be that one because of you showing up already in this Knight of Cups energy. You might give more of yourself away than what you receive at first, which is why I feel like that energy I'm getting is going to be more of like, I hear aloof, like they're going to be very distant. They're going to be reserved at first. They're going to be cautious. But I feel like you're going to win them over. Because I even get you in the Three of Pentacles here, which is all about celebration. So there's going to be a lot of happiness and fulfillment here. So if you're looking for your partner, I feel like Spirit's trying to bring them through. But you still got a couple of steps you got to go through first before you get to them. It's just a matter of going through, and I'm getting chills right now, okay, Spirit? It's a matter of just going through this transformation that's like a tower. But there's, you know, a lot here that you're growing from that's going to bring you excitement. I feel like you're opening that door to more of your spirituality and enlightenment, and to your other abilities and skills that you possess. That's going to help bring in this, you know, your abundance. And that's going to create this opportunity where you're going to be in this Knight of Cups energy. And you're going to take action towards this person. And like I said, it's going to be a happy union, divine union. But you got to face this too. From your past, I get. And the challenge is going to be, again, with this King of Swords energy, trying to balance both. You know, I feel like Spirit is challenging you to make sure you know the people you're supposed to have in your life, and the ones who are bringing you chaos, both, you know, BS, the shenanigans, the nonsense. You know, we're both too old to deal with the nonsense, the immaturity, the childishness. Make sure you handle this King of Swords energy. You know, keep that energy tamed, but know when to use that sword and cut people off. Because you also, you know, present yourself of being able to be clear, speaking your truth, you know, being blunt at times. And sometimes I feel like that can be something that maybe some people don't know how to take. So I feel like, there's this energy of you got to tame it down a little bit, but I can understand where it can also be triggered, because there's still something here about you being in this Five of Cups energy. Like, I feel like there's still something that you're in regret, you worry about. You feel like you made some mistakes along the way, which we're all human. We've all made mistakes. We all have regrets. It's just a matter of being able to accept them, acknowledge them, make the necessary changes we have to make so we don't make the same mistakes again going forward, and we adapt to it. And, the people we come in contact, they help mold us that way too, to teach us these different lessons, to make us better, so we can evolve and be better people for the right people down the road that spirit and the universe are trying to bring towards you. So it's a matter of you having to accept your role in this way. And I get this Princess of Pentacles, which is like the Page of Pentacles. So, um, I feel like this pertains to this too. And I remember the last time I read for you, this card came out. I pulled this exact card. I remember it for you. Like, there's a young energy here still. Normally, a page normally represents a young energy. Think of a child, right? Um, that child can be very young, yes, but they can also be an adult. But to you, it would be like your son, daughter energy. But it can also be just representing someone who's younger, who acts more childish, who hasn't fully matured yet. And I feel like for you, this is an energy like a child still. That's, there still is like, I feel like some of this regret here. I feel like some of it is still stemming from, in fact, I remember saying that to you the last time too, when I read for you. There's something here that you're meant to do. And, accept, mistakes, your faults, baby. You got to stop kicking yourself in the butt and stop being so hard on yourself. You're a human being, and you need to remember that. We're all human. We're all here to make mistakes. That's why we came here. We came here to learn. Yes, we have a purpose, but also along the way, we're supposed to make mistakes to learn, and then take what we have learned and apply it to our life to see if it turns out better, if we come across that same situation or scenario again. That's what we're here to do. So, and it's like, that's why I always try and tell y'all, those mistakes are going to happen. Yeah, we're going to feel bad, especially, after time's passed. There's like hindsight's 2020, where maybe you couldn't see something before, or in the time period that it happened, and now suddenly, now that's passed in your 2020, you can see it now. You can see it from a whole different perspective than what you could before. That's part of that evolvement. That's part of growing. That's part of ascending. That's part of you going to the next step, like climbing that staircase. And that's what you're in the middle of. And so I don't feel like there's anything bad here for you, baby. Even though I feel like you still feel like you're like in the trenches, like you're still trying to pull yourself out of something. I'm not getting that. I'm just getting it's all of this energy, all of this changes. And yeah, change is hard. And some of us handle it better than others. Some of us are able to adapt to it better than others. But part of your skill set you need to, learn is to be able to adapt better, to pivot, you know. And I feel like there's a pivot here too that you're going to go through. And that spirit's trying to guide you down. Just be open to the changes. Do not try and fight it. Do not try and resist it. Even though I know sometimes it can be hard, because even I do it, baby. Look at what I had to go through the last few years. That was not easy for me. And I didn't want to go through it. But I knew it was part of this journey. And, and like, we talk about hindsight now, 2020. Even though back then, it took me some time to see it. But even though back then I had to lose my house, I had to sell my house and go live somewhere else temporary. You know, after being in my home for over 20 years, I had to give it up. But I knew back then, because the universe kept telling me it was going to be okay, that there was something better down the road for me. They wouldn't tell me what. I still had to go through certain steps to find out what that better was. But here I am today, sitting before you. The better was, yes, to build a new home for one, but really what it was is to bring me here to people like you, to sit here right now. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be sitting here. So, you know, my whole purpose is to help people like you. It's not that I wasn't trying to help people back then. It's just a matter I was going about it a different way of what I felt, you know, what my heart was telling me to do, not what necessarily maybe my soul was guiding me to do, and what my whole purpose is here. And now it's, you know, come into an alignment. Both my heart, my soul, my mind come in sync now. And it's in alignment with my body, you can say. And so now it's like one well-oiled machine. And I'm able to sit here, you know, every night with y'all and, you know, talk about this, read for y'all, help give y'all guidance, you know, and let you know no matter what happens, you're still going to be okay, you know. And what you need to remember, Scott, is even through where you've come from, baby, you're still here. You're doing something right. It may not feel that way, but you're doing something right. You know, you've made it this far. And so you need to acknowledge even the small successes. It may not be that huge, gigantic success that you're wanting to reach for. And I'm not saying you still can't reach it, because I do see you reaching for it. It's just, it may not be happening as quickly as you want it to. But the victories, the small victories, those are still successes. Those are still things that need to be acknowledged, because that's what helps, gives us that extra bit of strength to keep fighting on those days where it just feels like we're just going through it and we're just getting our butt kicked all over the place. It's those small successes that give us that extra energy to push us forward. So, and I feel like that's how Spirit's trying to guide you to still use that energy to transmute it, to provide you with the extra strength you need to say, yes, I've come this far. Why quit now? I know I still got farther to go. I know I still got things I'm supposed to do. And keep reaching. Keep discovering. Keep going with it. Keep asking the questions, baby. And whatever questions come to your mind out of the blue, know that your spirit guides, they're telling you, you know, they're presenting this to you because they're challenging you to now gain that knowledge. Because part of you gaining that knowledge, obtaining that knowledge, is what's going to help you grow. It's what's going to help you ascend and to move to the next level in this life, to where you meet your ultimate purpose at the end of it. Whew. Hold on, I gotta take a sip of this. But I see a lot coming out of this, because even at the bottom of the deck right here, I got you in the King of Pentacles energy. This is all about your abundance, all about your success. So understand me when I say you're going to be successful, you're going to have your abundance. It's coming towards you. It's just a matter of taking some more steps to get there. All right, let me grab a few of my oracle decks. I got that one. Hold on, baby. Oh. Mm. Mm. Let me see what comes out. Scott, I just heard shaman. And to me, if you want to add that label of an earth angel, yeah, I classify a shaman as an earth angel. But let me see. I pulled a few decks specifically because I want to see something. Ooh, you know what other deck? Hold on. I almost forgot about this one. Let me see what comes out of this first, actually. I have my psychic and spiritual gifts deck, baby. Let me see what comes out of this. I almost forgot about this. Alright, Spirit. Show me. First God, Spirit. Show me. Yep. Okay. No, Spirit. That's why I said that. It makes sense. One more Spirit. Talk on it. Okay. You're like a spirit warrior, like me. Um, let me put this here. All right. First one here is Hayoka. Hayoka, I don't know how to say this. But it says, you are the mirror, easily taking on another person's energy and exposing them to their shadow and their light, a walking karma. This is one of your spiritual gifts, is what Spirit's saying. So it's like you're able to be a mirror to someone else and be able to point out and show people what, it is they need to work on, um, and help them to, discover and find themselves, to work on the shadow side of them so they can be more in the light. Like you think of others out there who may have had experienced some deep wounds, some trauma from their past, and they're not able to be happy or live a more fulfilling life because they still got this huge wound that's buried deep within them that maybe they've even forgotten about. And they don't realize that subconsciously that's what's affecting and causing them to be in some of the negative energy or being down on themselves, like some might be. So you're able to pull that out of them and help them face that. So for them to see the light so that, the karma that needs to play out, the energy can come to the surface. And the second one is alchemist. You remember how I told you, like, transmute energy? That's what an alchemist really is. But it's also, it says you can transform the life of others and yours by the art of transformation, inner liberation, and change. You create deep, soulful awareness. But like an alchemist, you can see into others just like this one and help people to see when they're going through those hard struggles, to be able to take all that negative energy and transmute it and make it into something positive to help them to apply it to create a positive change in their life. For an example, um, think of, like someone maybe that didn't finish school, we'll say, um, for whatever reasons, they had to, drop out of high school. And now they're like out there, jobless. They're not able to obtain a job because they don't have a high school diploma. And so they have all this negative energy, like they feel like the world's just beating them down simply because they didn't finish and get their high school, diploma. So now it's like they're carrying around this negative energy, which is not helping them. And instead of like doing what, maybe some of us would do, would be like, okay, well, it's time for me to go back and finish and get my high school diploma or GED. They keep dredging and, feel like the world's beating them down. They're getting mad at the world. So it's like you come in and it's like, well, there's only one solution here. You have to go through and get your high school diploma if you want to advance in this life, if you want to get a job, if you want to be employed. You know, it's good to have that either way. So you're able to help them, okay, now that you have all this, negative energy, this and, this, dark cloud that's weighing heavily over you. Why don't you use some of that energy and apply it now? Use it to help you want to go after there and get your high school diploma so you can now obtain that job. And not only do they go out there though and get their high school diploma, you might find out they end up going and signing up for college because they're like, wow, I never thought I could do this. So that energy can even take them and catapult them further to where they go further than what they can see themselves. So that's what I'm seeing you as. You're also someone who can travel in the astral realm, which I feel like you already know this. I feel like you've had some experiences with this. This is like what people talk about out-of-body experiences, which I've had a few times and I don't like it. But it says, unlock your natural divine abilities to explore other dimensions beyond the physical world. And you can then access the hidden wisdom. And I feel like this is what you're doing some of the time. And I feel like that might be like, if you're waking up like you didn't get enough sleep, or you're feeling like fatigue, I feel like that's partly why, because you're doing a lot of traveling when you're sleeping. And I just saw a spirit orb. So you are traveling and exploring. And you may not remember it, or you might wake up, or, you know, become aware right before you wake up, like what I've done. And you gain that knowledge and you bring it back. And you're able to use that too and apply it to your life and also help others. And then the next one is, like I said, a spirit warrior. That's like an earth angel to me. That's a light worker, because we all have to be warriors here, because God knows some of us are going to be given the hardest challenges, because we're here to learn, to advance, but we're also here to kind of help others find their own path along the way, right? So this one says, a unique spiritual gift that involves a heightened ability to pray and act with power and passion. Nothing and no one can stop you. And to me, this also goes with like the alchemist. You're able to help them transmute it and use that inner power, that inner fight, that warrior spirit to come to the surface, that helps ground them, that helps protect them where they feel surrounded, like, they become fearless, they become fierce. You're able to help them to see that, and it's something you're also able to see in yourself too. So know you're also a spirit warrior. It's like I said, earth angel, okay. I guess I kind of look more of it like a warrior, really, is how I perceive it. And then the last one I have here for you, baby, is clairvoyance, which is another gift I also have. Like when I see spirit orbs, right? You're able to see in the spirit world. You're able to see things that others are not in tune to being able to see. You could be someone who either sees spirit orbs like I do, or see actual full body apparitions of spirits, which I also can do. Or you might be someone that can also see um, signs and symbols that just appear kind of like a spirit orb, but it's like a symbol of something. It may not make sense to you. It could even be something from like the past, from the past life that's coming forward. I've also had some of those experiences. I've even had a vision of a past life that I was in. And that's only because I had a tarot deck that's themed from that past life that allowed me to look at a certain card and it brought it through. So it triggered that memory for me. But it's that type of clairvoyance. And even clairvoyance for some can also be someone who can see auras. Now, I can't see auras. I've never experienced that, but I know others who have. In fact, there's a couple of them here, if they're still here, where you can see the energy around other people. I don't know if you experienced that yet, but that could also be part of that. So that's something for you to be open to help ground you, and it'll help you even with this alchemist, because again, you'll be able to read certain energy and be able to understand what you're dealing with, what challenges, what hurts, maybe even ailments. Some people are able to be like aura readers in the sense of they can like be you find some of them like become nurses or nurse practitioners, because they can see someone and see their aura, and they get to know, how to read people's auras to where they can see, okay, what's bothering that person, to be able to help them better and to find the right medicine to care for them, or the right test or whatever. There are some of those readers out there like that. So that's another thing you could be doing. So it involves all of that. Okay. Now, I want to get one of these. Is that what it is? Well, that's why I said shaman. Thank you, Bob. It's right there for you, Scott. So, Spirit just confirmed shaman right here. Alright, Spirit. Ouch. Like Eric, or not Eric, Scott, I pick up like me. Somehow, something's going to trigger you, baby. That you're going to like get a sense, possibly, of something from your past life that you're supposed to remember at some point. That's going to help you in this life. Like, you're supposed to bring part of that knowledge into this life. You may not be aware of it now, but it's going to come to you. Because that's something I also had to learn. Part of my whole purpose here was to do exactly what I'm doing right now, but I was even told it goes further than that. Where some of the lessons and things I learned from my past lives, I'm supposed to also help apply in this life, in the spiritual way. So, and as time goes on, I was told it would be revealed to me, that I would know and understand it better. Alright. And then, communication. This brings forward, like, clairvoyance, shaman. There we go. And this is where Spirit's communicating with you. Okay. Scott, I pulled from one of my psychic reading cards. And this is communication, baby. And this is pretty much the universe, like your spirit team, trying to communicate with you through signs, sounds, and songs. And it says, the universe utilizes many different forms to communicate and is trying to make contact with you. Do you ever hear a ringing or buzzing sound in your ear? Do you ever hear words that pop into your head when you're thinking about a question that you would like to be answered? Did you ever listen to a shell when you were a child and thought you heard the sounds of the ocean within the shell? Do you ever hear voices in the breeze or externally calling your name or providing you with guidance? This is a gentle reminder that the universe wants you to pay attention to the sound and messages you are receiving. Understand that you are being guided from above and being open to it. Receiving messages in this form can also indicate a loved one in the spirit realm is trying to make contact with you from the other side in the form of clairaudience, which is clear hearing. You may also be receiving clairaudience communication through the lyrics in a song. Be open when hearing songs on the radio or when listening to music, as the universe may be attempting to communicate in this form. If messages are meant to be shared with you, the universe and loved ones in spirit will utilize whatever means are available. You may have been given this psychic card to encourage you to communicate with a living loved one, friend, or colleague to sort out a current situation. Have you been thinking about a friend or family member who you haven't spoken to in a while? Are you or someone you know currently having a difficult time or personally experiencing a challenging situation? This is a gentle reminder that talking through your worries, fears, issues, or doubts with another person could help you to resolve the situation. The universe wants you to know you are not experiencing challenges on your own. The universe always has your back and is open to assisting you whenever and with whatever you need. All you have to do is ask. And Scott, you know how this card talks about songs and music? I could give you many examples of when that's happened. Like, because I'm also clairaudient. That's how I was able to hear my mama's voice. Even though she's gone and, and she's in the spirit world. She did come back and visit me, and she has visited me many times. But I kid you not, one night she woke me up and she was in my ear, talking to me in my ear, to the point that I even felt her breath in my ear, and it tickled my ear to where I jerked. But she gave me a message. I was able to hear her. So you might be getting messages, out of the blue. If you're hearing someone call your name but nobody's there, that would be another sign. Songs, yes. I get songs a lot. My mom has also done that to me. I'll wake up sometimes with a song played in my head. In fact, she did it to me not that long ago, in the last, I'll say, 6 months. Um, Actually, it's been a little bit longer than that because we've been here almost a year. I'll say like about a year and a half ago. I almost forgot about this song. My mama used to, sing it to me in the car when I was younger, when she was still alive. So one morning I woke up, and as soon as I opened my eyes, this song is playing in my head. And I'm like, I know that song. I know that song. But I could not remember how I knew it. So I had to, focus in and just let it play in my head and get, a couple lines and then go and research it on the internet. And I figured out what song that was. And that was a song by Monica called For You I Will. And my mama used to sing that to me and my brother in the car. And it's a beautiful love song, but, from a mother to child, letting me and my brother know, no matter what happens, she's always going to be there. She's always watching over us. And it's like, I needed to know that day. And she wanted me to know that. Not only did she want to remind me that she's still with me now, but she also wanted to let me know that she was there visiting. And that was her way of me, to do it, while I'm sleeping. Because when you're asleep, you're more open to receiving messages from the spirit world than when you are awake. Because when you're awake, you're more focused on what's going on around you, right? You're either on your phone, you're driving, you're working, someone else is talking to you. There's all these different distractions. So sometimes it's hard to pick up on those messages, when our loved ones or when our spirit guides are talking to us. But when we're asleep, there's nothing interrupting that. And that's when they're able to come in. And there's other times I'll get songs where it's like a message. It's either to let me know someone from my past or even present. Like, say it's a song that I heard with someone, and it has a special meaning between me and that person. And that song suddenly, out of nowhere, starts playing in my head. Repeat. In fact, it happened to me earlier today out of the blue. And it drove me crazy. But this song kept playing in my freaking head. And I knew who it was. And my spirit guides wanted to let me know that I was on this person's mind. And they were trying to reach out to me. And it's almost like a warning, too, to let me know I'll probably be hearing from them soon. So, it's one of those. But then there's times where I'll get songs played in my head that has no connection to anybody. But I know the song. And sometimes, those songs will have a specific message. And it's from like one of my spirit guides. So it may not necessarily be the whole song, but there might be one or two lines in there that you're meant to pay attention to. And it's a message. So it could be things like that. So be open to it, Or let's just say, you're out one day. Let's just say you're having lunch with a colleague. And let's just say, before you met up with, your colleague, to sit down and have lunch, let's just say, one of your past loved ones, you just want to know, you had a question for them. And you're like, but, nobody here alive can answer that. Only that one person can answer that, but they're gone, right? So how do you get that? Especially if you're not quite connected yet. Well, they'll also have their unique way of being able to answer you. So let's just say, fast forward, you go to the restaurant and sit down and have lunch with your colleague, and then you hear the table next to you, and you hear somebody say something that resonates, that catches you off guard, and you're like, man, that sounds like something my grandfather would say. wait a minute. I was just, wondering, Grandpa, like, what about this? That's Grandpa answering you. That's how they work. So understand me, it's like when I try and tell people in general, when people are looking for messages from their loved ones on the other side, it's not just hearing it with your ears, because sometimes we can't. It's through other people, how they answer us, how they deliver those messages, or it's through songs, or it could be watching a commercial on TV or in a movie. There might be a specific clip in a movie that catches your attention that just resonates. It's things like that. So Spirit wants you to know that they're trying to get your attention. They don't want you to feel like you're alone. They want you to know they're guiding you. It's just a matter of you being tapped in and being willing to accept those messages. That if it sounds like something that someone you know who's passed on would say, take it. Don't think it's just, coincidence. It's not. That's them. They're just using someone else to answer your question or to give you that message. All right, let's see. And then, oh, it's this one. Let me pull from this now. You still with me, Scott? Hi, Saul. Scott, that's your mama. She's trying to get your attention. Even if it's faint. My mama's done that to me. And I'll look around. I know I've heard her call my name. And I'll look around. I don't see her, but I know I heard her. Don't think you're, imagining things. That's her. I've had my daddy do the same thing to me on occasion. So, and what happens sometimes too, baby, you gotta understand. In the spirit world, things don't work the same like it does here in the physical, right? So, in order for our loved ones on the other side to communicate with us, they need energy. Well, they need a source of that energy. That's why sometimes you might see your lights flicker. Or maybe suddenly your device, like your cell phone, is suddenly, you had full battery, but it's suddenly the battery gets drained because they're trying to take that energy so they can manifest, so they can speak to you so you can hear them clearly. Or they're trying to do something to get your attention. Or they may even try and manifest, you're clairvoyant according to what Spirit's showing me. So you would be able to see their actual ghost. So don't ignore it, baby. Answer your mama. That's what you need to do. In fact, when you're done, with this reading, baby, just sit, quietly somewhere. Talk to your mama and just say, Mom, I heard you. I know you called my name. I'm acknowledging I heard you. Can you please now, let me know. I want to know I heard you. Is there something else you can do to let me know you're here? And ask her. Well, it sounds like she answered you, baby. And Scott, I want to do something now then, since you told me that. I'm going to pull one card from this. And I do have a mediumship deck. If you want, baby, I'll pull cards from it to get messages from your mama. I just need your mama's name, baby. Alright, Spirit for Scott. Spirit. Her name's Sally. Okay, baby. I'll pull out my mediumship deck for you. I don't use this deck for general readings, collective readings. I only use this one deck for paid readings because it's a $300 deck. So I've only used it maybe a handful of times on here. So I'll use it for you, baby. Put this back. Man, I feel like this is your mama right here. Okay. I pulled this card for you from the Shaman's Dream. Because like I said, Spirit told me you're a shaman. This confirms you're a shaman. So, Spirit told me to pull from this deck. You got Eyes of the Eagle. This is protection, inherent trust, rising above the fray. And it says, the Eyes of the Eagle offers you the gift of foresight, the skill of looking ahead, to see the unfolding of destiny before it all manifests as reality. The eagle's extraordinary vision allows it to spot the tiny mouse from its lofty perspective as it flies thousands of feet into the atmosphere. In a similar fashion, you too can train your keen eye to discern the workings of humans. Eyes of the Eagle is an invitation to witness the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful, yet react to nothing. Act only to further your noblest calling. The eagle flies above all creatures. When it meets obstacles, it simply rises above them. Know that you are protected. You can fly above the judgment, slings, and arrows and the darts of envy from others who may not have your great wings and are still arguing with the pigeon over crumbs. Trust that you are ready for whatever fortune has, or trust that you are ready for whatever fortune has placed before you, even if you feel not yet properly equipped to meet its challenges. Your willingness to say yes to spirit has nothing to do with how well outfitted you are. Hesitating, on the other hand, will suck the air from under your wings and make you lose altitude. You are called now to trust your heart and your instincts, to move fearlessly and not waver. The time is right, and no harm can come your way if your motives are pure and you act courageously. I love this. And like Spirit's like confirming what I just said about you are being protected. You know, that even you going through some of these obstacles and challenges that, you know, you're going through now and you will continue to go through, you are being protected. You're meant to go through them because you're meant to experience certain things. And you're going to also, you know, this card is like the card of precognition, which I also have, which is foresight, the foreknowing. You know things before it happens. For me, Scott, it's not something I train myself. Okay, that's a natural ability that I have, and it doesn't happen all the time, baby. And usually when it happens, 9 times out of 10, it's not good. And what I mean by that is, it's like warning me of danger ahead. Or it's warning me that unfortunately I'm going to lose a loved one. They're going to die soon. So normally that's what it is. I'm not saying I haven't ever gotten happy news, because I have. Like, I knew my stepchild was pregnant even before she knew. And I knew the sex of the baby. And because Spirit gave me a clip of it, they showed me in my psychic eye the ultrasound, and I knew right away it was hers. And it was like within 2 months later, phone call, she's pregnant. And I had already told my insignificant other the day I had the the little movie clip played that showed me the ultrasound, I told him that day, she's pregnant. And he looked at me crazy. He was like, what do you mean? I'm like, she's pregnant. He's like, what, she call you? No. Well, how do you know she's pregnant? You already know. I'm psychic. Spirit told me. She's pregnant. And it's a girl. I'm telling you right now. She's pregnant. And it's a girl. He looked at me all kinds of crazy. You know, even though he had come to start believing in my gifts, he thought that was far-fetched for me to know that. I said, just wait and see. I'm telling you, she's pregnant. And it's a girl, right? So a couple months later, phone rings. It was either Mother's Day or Father's Day. Guess what? They're expecting. And I remember he looked at me. I remember him sitting on the couch with this big, huge grin on his face. And he pointed at me. You know, he's like, she's pregnant. Told you. You know. So after, you know, we get the news, he gets off phone, we tell her congratulations. I just looked at him and smiled. He was like, okay, you were right. I said, yeah, I know. And it's a girl. And he just smiled and laughed. He's like, are you sure it's a girl? It's a girl. I'm telling you, she's having a girl. He's like, okay, we'll wait and see. Months later, I didn't get to go to the gender reveal party. I had a prior engagement. I couldn't be there. But the invitation was everybody either wear blue if they believed it was a boy, or pink or purple if they believed it was girl. So he comes downstairs. This is at the old house. He comes downstairs and he's wearing like a light pink button-up shirt. And he looked at me. He's like, are you sure it's a girl? Yes, it's a girl. I'm telling you, 1000% it's a girl. He's like, okay, we'll see. So, yep, girl. So, you don't know how I know. It's like I told you, Spirit told me. And then she got pregnant again. Like a few years later, you know, I got to go to the gender reveal party this time. And I told him again, it's a girl. I knew it again. It's a girl. He's like, are you sure? Yes. She's having a girl again. And so we go to the gender reveal party. And her best friend, you know, we're at the house, at her house. Her best friend's setting everything up to do the gender reveal. We're outside. And I can't remember what she used. It wasn't fireworks, but it was something where she was going to shoot off something. It might have been like some kind of powder that was going to reveal whether it was a boy or girl. So I walk up onto the porch. We're outside in the front yard. She told us to walk outside in the front yard. And I walk up to the porch right before she's getting ready to do it. And her best friend's looked at me. She's like, you can't come behind, you know, back here. I'm getting ready to, you know, do the reveal. I said, it don't matter. I already know it's a girl. She just looked at me. She's like, you didn't hear that from me. I'm like, I know. But I already know it's a girl. She's like, okay, well, you didn't hear it from me. It was a girl. So I have had good things get told to me too. But it's like that, Scott. So you might see things. You might experience things. You might even get them in your dreams. Where it's like deja vu. Where you go through about your day and something happens. And in that moment, it's like, wait a minute. Wait, I've already done this. Or I've already seen this. Like, huh? And you can't place it. That's kind of like what it is, too. Like deja vu. Like you were already been shown this. Like you dreamed it. But you didn't remember it. And now it's suddenly coming to the surface. Because now it's actually happening. So that's what it is. And I just wanted to see him in a pink shirt. No, I knew it was a girl. And it was a girl. So, alright, Scott. Let me put a few of these cards up. And then I'll pull some cards from your mama. See what your mama wants to say to you, baby. Where's my freaking dick? That's not it. Oh, duh, Amanda's right there. Show me. And why did I laugh? Why? Because of the pink shirt? Just because I did? Still knew it was a girl though. And I was right both times. So how you like them apples? And I love this, God. What's this? Spirit. Saw it right there. There it is. I can't make this up for you, baby. Remember when I said, like, your mama's trying to get your attention and you heard her voice? Spirit told me to hold on to this other card from that other deck I pulled from. What does it say? Heart home. You know, I know your mom is like your home, your safe place, the person you could always lean on, like your best friend. She wanted me to hold on to this card and show this to you. Okay, here's this. But I just pulled this other deck. And I can't make this up, baby. A mother's love. And it says, a mother's love is reaching out to you at this time and holding you close. She knows how much you miss her and wants to remind you that this special bond of love can never be broken. So here it is right here for you, Scott, from your mama, Sally. And then here's a few messages I pulled from my other mediumship deck. The first message for you, Scott, from your mama is, there is no need to hold on to any guilt. You have done all that you could have for me. That's the first one. The second one is, take a step back from the chaos in your life. Quiet your mind and go within. It is there you will find me. Like I was just telling you right before, you know, once you're done with, you know, listening to your reading from me, go somewhere quiet. Talk to her. Call out to her. She will hear you, baby. And just see, you know, just believe in that connection with her. And just focus in. Do you feel her? Do you sense her presence there? And just maybe, you might even hear her voice once again. But you will find her there. And she wants you to know that. And the next one is, I have seen your struggle. Know that I have not left your side. Every challenge you face, we will conquer together. Please trust and know that the end of a challenging cycle is near. Know that she's with you every step of the way. Through all your ups and, yeah, even your downs. She's there helping guide you to conquer through your struggles, your obstacles, all the things that seem so ungodly, hellish, we'll say, that seems to like take everything out of you. She's still there guiding you through it and letting you know she's giving you that extra strength for you to get through it. So don't give up. And the next one is, even though you can't physically see me, know that I am never far away. Just think of me and I will be right there. And this is really right. All you gotta do is think of her. Whoever that loved one is that you're missing, that's on the other side. Think of them. Say their name, whether that's out loud or in your mind. And just like a blink of an eye, they'll be there. Even if you can't physically see them, they are there with you. And the last one is, pay attention to unexplainable ear ringing, ear pressure, or high-pitched sounds that you hear. This is how I communicate with you. So here you go. Any noises, sounds, hearing your name called, just like that other card I pulled. Where'd it go? Did I already put it back? That communicate card. I already lost it. I don't know what I did with it, baby. But I know you know what card I was talking about. She's communicating with you. So trust in that, baby. Trust in any and all random noises, you know, like I said, even if they're songs, commercials, or you feel like, you know, your ears are getting clogged up. I've had that happen. And the earring, and I've had that happen too. I just have to focus in. And I'll get, every now and then, I will hear someone's voice talking to me. And usually it's one of my passed over loved ones communicating with me. And sometimes, you know, it might take a little while. So don't, you know, get frustrated. Have some patience. Because again, you got to understand, they're dealing, you know, with energy in a different way than we are in the physical. So they may not have enough energy just yet to speak sometimes. But that's also why you might just get the ear pressure or ringing in the ears. Just sudden sounds that it's like, did you just hear that? You know, you might think to yourself whether you're alone or you're with someone. And if you're with someone, they may not hear it because they're not meant to hear it. But you are. And that's her coming through, trying to communicate with you. And I feel like she's bringing other loved ones with her too, like her parents. So believe in that, baby. Just trust yourself. You're not in this alone. You're never alone. Know that a mother's love is eternal. And love is eternal. It doesn't die. Just because they're no longer physically here doesn't mean their love goes away. Because you're still here. And they left their love behind with you. Your mama left her love here with you. Remember the good times. Remember the happy times. Remember all the times, you know, that come to mind that, you know, bring you happiness, a smile to your face. That's what she wants. You know, because our loved ones on the other side, they don't want to see us in pain, especially missing them, because they know that we will see them again one day. But they understand that we're still here living in the physical and we got to go through this journey. And yeah, they know we miss them, but it's not like they're not with us. They still are. It's just maybe some of us can't, you know, feel them, see them, hear them, sense them, but they're still there. It doesn't mean they're not there. They're always there. You just got to pay attention and she will be there. She's never left you. And she needs you to know that too, baby. She never left you. She's just in a different realm. But, you know, like when I see spirit orbs, that's like how spirit, you know, of our loved ones, that's how they're able to enter into our world, enter in and out, because they're energy. So a spirit orb is just like a ball of energy. And that's them. You know, people have a hard time understanding, like, you know, how did my, you know, mom go from being like me to now a ball of energy? Like, what? But that's all we are, is energy. And that's how they move in and out of our world. And they're kind of like bouncing around. You know, like I'll see them like while I'm streaming. And that's them letting me know they're here. But every now and then, once in a great while, they'll make a noise. I've had them make a noise since while I'm streaming. I've had them like knock on my window out here. Um, there's been times where people have even said they hear someone speaking into my mic, but it's just me here. But they'll hear a voice that's not mine. So they're around. You just gotta believe in that, baby. And you know, anytime you miss her, you wanna talk to her, talk to her. You know, but invite her. Invite her to come with you. Invite her into your dreams even. And just tell her, Mom, I really need your presence here. I need to see you. Come visit me in my dreams. And she will. But you gotta be patient. It may not happen overnight. It might take time, because that's the other thing. If you ever find yourself just randomly out of the blue, just waking up in the middle of the night, and it seems to be like around the same time, and it's for unknown reason. It's not like, you're waking up because you got to use the bathroom. It's nothing like that. You wake up and you don't understand why. It's like, man, I'm still exhausted. Like, why am I waking up? That's them trying to enter into your dreams. It's just that their energy can be so loud and vibrate loud that it disturbs you and wakes you up out of your sleep before they're able to enter your dream state. But that's how they will come through. So trust in that, baby. You do get ear ringing? There you go, baby. Confirmation. Right there. But yeah, that's it right there. It's crazy, isn't it? Because people don't understand that's how our loved ones communicate. So we don't think of it in that context. But that's why you always hear me say, pay attention to your surroundings, to your environment. Things that seem, just random. Yeah. It's them trying to get your attention, to let you know. They're trying to communicate. And you might even reach a point, Scott, to where you may not be able to hear her right away. Or like you said, like it's a faint and it's not really clear. And it might only be your name right now. But as time progresses and you keep acknowledging that, or you acknowledge the ear pressure, the ringing sometimes, I would still encourage you, if you think that maybe you're having problems with your ears, go see a doctor to make sure you knock that off the list. But what I will say to you is sometimes it takes time to where they're trying to come through and communicate and they just don't have enough energy to do it. But at least they're trying to get your attention. And as long as you acknowledge and you're like, Mom, is that you? Like, can you do something else to let me know that's you? And it doesn't mean it might happen right then and there. But, shortly after, like within a couple of days maybe, something else happens that, just seems random. But you get that instinct, like, that's Mom. That's her giving me another sign. She's trying to get my attention. That's what they'll do. So you just got to be patient, baby. And then I pulled these last few cards for you, baby. And this is like the other messages from your spirit guides that I just pulled. The first one says, you can use some self-care time, like now. Schedule it in. So schedule yourself for some self-care, baby, like a spa day. If you can go to the spa, baby. Get a massage. But if not, just take a break. Give yourself that love, that time, and attention is what Spirit's telling you. You need a break. And the next one is find ways to lighten up and not take everything so seriously. This is like Spirit saying, have some fun. Enjoy life. Make sure to laugh. Tell jokes. Clown around. Be silly. Something that, changes the energy, that lightens the energy, that brings happiness. And doesn't make it feel like, you got the weight of the world on your shoulders. That helps shifts the energy. So you don't take life seriously all the time. And the next one is, no one said this whole life thing was a race. it's okay to slow down. So, baby, don't be so hard on yourself. Take it easy. Like it says, life's not a race. It's okay to slow down. And the next one is trust yourself always. Trust others once they've earned it. Always trust yourself, baby. No matter what. Like second nature, your intuition. Trust it. Trust your instincts, your self-awareness, your intuition, your heightened sense of things going on around you that others may not take notice, but you know. And you get a feeling, you just, pick up something about someone that tells you, like, not to trust them even. Trust that. And then for others, yeah. And, trust the ones that have earned it, that have proven, they earn your trust. And the last one is remember that it's okay to be happy. Really, it is. And it's okay to be happy. So it's okay to be happy, baby. No, it's okay to be happy. Don't worry about what others say or think. Allow yourself to be happy. That attracts. It changes the energy around you and brings in more positive love and light, and that will surround you. So be happy, baby. Celebrate life. And then let me get you an angel card real quick. Let me see. Spirit for Scott. Well, Scott, I think Spirit just answered that question, at least to me. They did. You decide, baby. Use your discernment here. But the angel card I pulled for you is Earth Guardian. That's like Earth Angel to me, baby. And it says, learning in the happening. You may be telling yourself that everything happens for a reason, but this might not be helping you heal from the pain a particular situation has caused you. It's important to know that there isn't a divine plan to teach you a lesson. It's more that life experiences unfold based on your decisions in order for you to learn from every moment. Today, you are being encouraged to find the reason behind what's happening now, and the reason is you. And the positive affirmation here is, I am open to expanding my knowledge and learning. I am open to expanding my knowledge and learning. Like I said, you asked about Earth Angel. To me, this says it, but those other cards I pulled earlier, which I already put them away, also says it. Shaman, that's an Earth Angel to me. So, that's what I have for you, baby. So, Scott, I want to say thank you again, baby, so much for your donations, for being supportive of me and my channel, believing in me, and thank you for trusting me to read for you. I hope this reading's resonated. I hope it's helped to answer any burning questions you had that you needed answers to. I hope it's helped to provide you with that guidance on a way forward, on your path forward. I hope it's helped to uplift you when you're going through those dark times. I hope it's encouraged you and helped you to know that there's anything and everything you can do. And you want to know if you're an earth angel, spirits tell me you are. So I hope it's helped you here, baby. Hope it's resonated, and thank you. Thank you so much again for your donations. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your love and support, and thank you so much again for trusting me to read for you again. It's always an honor, baby. Thank you. Hi, Rekka Rex. How you doing, beautiful soul? Dang, it's 4:30. Crap. Alright. Put these cards back now. Aw. Well, thank you, Scott, so much. Thank you for everything. And it's my pleasure, baby, to do that for you. Anytime. I enjoy reading for you, baby. D. Gilbert, hello. My readings are $30 US. Thank you, Bob. I really enjoyed doing that reading. I especially love pulling cards to get messages from people's loved ones. I'm glad I got this deck for that. I mean, baby, I stopped for that minute and munched on a few chips and a couple pieces of beef jerky, but that's it. That's all I've eaten today. So I do got to get some food. D. Gilbert, baby, I do a general collective reading at the beginning of every stream. It's the free reading that I do, okay? And it applies to everyone. So if you were to start my stream from the beginning, you'll be able to watch it. And I'm sure there's messages in there for you, baby. Okay? Mad Max, huh? I'll be asking for a little bit more to be your apprentice. I'm confused. I don't follow. All right. It's almost 5 o'clock. I guess I probably shut it down for the night. since I should eat. No, you're so welcome, Scott. Baby, you don't owe me anything. You paid for your reading, baby. I'm more than happy to do it for you. Like I said, I got that one deck specifically for that. You know, I almost didn't get it because it's so godly expensive. But to me, it was worth every penny. And that's why I use it for only paid readings. Because, you know, as time goes on, I'll have to replace these decks because the cards will wear out, so. But you are so welcome, baby. Anytime. That's all right, Bob. That's beautiful. Beautifully said, Bob. I agree, baby. Hello, praise. But I do. I love that deck. What's crazy is I don't use it for myself. I should, but I don't. Okay, that's, yeah, oh, I guess I should put this back too. All right. All right, my beautiful people. No, Bob. I know what you mean, baby. Well, you know, baby, I won't be here Sunday, but Saturday, I'll be more than happy to pull some cards for you, baby. To get messages from your mama. I know how you feel, Scott. I know my life's never been the same since my mama's been gone. It's hard to believe it'll be 25 years this Thanksgiving that she's been gone. Hi, new dude. How you doing, sweetheart? Well, I'm glad you got at least some medicine. I'm sorry you're hurting. Sending you healing, love, and light. Oh, Lord. Okay. Thank you, baby. Yeah, she is, baby. She's always around. And I know my mom is always around. I may not hear her or see her, but I know she's here. All right, my beautiful people. Well, it's almost 5 in the morning for me, y'all. And I don't have any other paid readings. So, my beautiful people, I think I'm going to say goodnight for the time being. But I will be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I'm wishing y'all a wonderful, beautiful day, beautiful Friday, wherever y'all are at in the world. And I'm sending y'all nothing but love and light and blessings. I hope the day is a great one for you. I hope to see y'all back here tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, sending y'all nothing but love. Good night, beautiful people.